RAVENOL 24 hours on the Nürburgring that starts at 4 o'clock local time, that's very impressive. But over 200 classic cars. Think of the commitment required to prepare these machines. You know, we've got machines from the 1960s, 1970s, and through to about the early to mid 1990s. And these are cars that they need coaxed into life, they need well prepared, and the preparation shops all over the world, but particularly here in Germany, do an amazing job of keeping these cars running, and sometimes running better than they did in period.
I think I'm right in saying that there's some people here who are doing this just as a warm-up for the big race as well, Bruce.
Exactly so. As we were going through the entry list, it was very funny. Peter Mackay alerted me to where it was when it was first put up online. And I pressed print, and it suddenly said page 1 of 27, and it just kept on going. I mean, admittedly, they're quite widely spaced, but there was quite a lot of black and coloured ink that went out the door. But it is something for everything, and some of the cars look incredibly bog standard. And a couple of afternoons ago, we saw them just going out onto the track to do their qualifying, or first practice actually. We just couldn't believe the oddities. A little Lada down there, the NSU TTs, et al, et al. So you have the standard Porsches, you have the standard BMWs.
And I think Rob Huff is out in a 911 RSR, the number 485.
Starting 4th on the grid. It's a bright yellow car, sharing with Marcus Menden. That's definitely going to be one to watch.
You'll see that no matter what the conditions. And in some ways, tradition has been sated at the front of the field, Peter, because we have Manta on pole position.
Not the team, though, the driver, Olaf Manta. The word legend is used a lot in commentary. We're so guilty of it, but Olaf Manta is the true sense of that word here. More NLS wins than anyone, 30 overall wins in the NLS. His team have won the Nürburgring 24 hours 7 times, and the car that he's on, he's in a BMW, not a Porsche, of course, and they sit on pole position for this race. But they're going to be kept very honest, I think, by the phalanx of Porsches chasing them down in various guises. Will that rear engine layout of the older style 911, will that be a big advantage for traction in these wet conditions?
And just before I settle back and ooh and ah gently in the background, we should point out that this is a 3-hour 2-driver race. Just a nice little warm-up for all of our marshals and officials, and thank you to all of them for the weekend. And it will go out onto the Nordschleife. There are 202 cars. We probably couldn't fit them all onto the Grand Prix circuit. So this is evoking times past here at the Nürburgring. And this as a support race, there is a young timer festival here as well, where there's even more of this.
Oh God, totally. This is one of 3 historic support races here. 1 minute until the start of the race, 3 hours of action. There are going to be spills, there are going to be thrills. But
is that a Renault 12?
There is a Renault 12. It's a sort of very pale, anemic canary yellow at the very back of the grid. And behind it, a Lancia Zagato. We said you got the traditional cars at the front, but I love the mix. I love that sort of Catholic element of motor racing.
3 cars in line there. The Zagato, the Renault 12, and a 1.6 Peugeot 205 GTI. Actually, that's going to be a good car round here. That would be that little front-wheel drive, or the R32. With the all-wheel drive. Right, they're going to roll for their warm-up lap. Olaf Manta in the white and red BMW has a martini-striped Porsche alongside it. Settle back with a favourite beverage, live in sound and vision. And here's Peter and Bruce to take you through it.
Well, here we are. Greasy track, clouds hanging heavy over the Eiffel Forest, so we can see what we can see from above the pit lane, looking across at the pits, but out in the distance, what the drivers will be confronted with when they get out there, we do not as yet know, but the cameras will roll around the circuit. The camera crews were all nodding their cameras up and down. Most of them had a lot of water on the lenses before they were given their wipe for the morning. The layout of the track, by the way, the first corner does not take them into the Mercedes arena. Good thing it doesn't, because in fact that's the paddock for this field of cars in the ADAC 24h Classic. So there's a flick to to the right, you go through about 130 degrees to the right, and immediately go through a cut-through where the barriers normally are. In fact, pretty much where the cars are normally stuck in a gravel trap on the exit of the first corner. Then they go down the hill all the way to this corner that's been renamed this weekend. It's the Goodyear Caja. It's the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit. And then, of course, they wend their way through those fabulous corners that take them out towards the Sabine Schmitz curves, where instead of turning right and continuing on the Grand Prix circuit to the end of the lap, they go left. They go onto the magical starting sector of the Nordschleife. 25.378 kilometres of massive fun. And the thing, Peter, that really strikes me here, John was just talking about those cars at the back of the grid, the little Peugeot 206 GTI. We have to remember that the race that this is supporting, the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, it's the 52nd edition of it, but it's not all about the cars at the front. The 24 Hours has always been about many minor classes that way right down through this field. So a lot of these cars, you might think that's really quite standard, but they would have taken part in this racing period or an equivalent.
I wonder one day we might see the Dacia taking part in this young-timer race. It will become a classic for sure. The one car that will be very familiar to fans of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring is the Foxtail Manta, which is taking part in this race. It's not in the big race this year, so fantastic to see the mighty Manta back. And already, unfortunately, these are all cars.
We're down to 201 starters now. There's a yellow BMW off at the side of the circuit, and that's just so disappointing. They've had quite a decent amount of track time, because in fact, John, some of the cars have 3 drivers in it to share the 3-hour race. Why have all the fun to yourself? But that's disappointing. So one down already.
He's stopped for a pit stop. The driver has actually just needed a pit stop, so he's pulled over at the side of the circuit, and I don't know if there is a problem with the car or not, but if the car wasn't leaking, the driver was. This is a different car, actually.
It's worth reiterating that this field was set off. You don't set 202 cars off in one bunch, and it's just like the NLS races and Nürburgring Langstrecke races. There will be 3 grids of cars. Some have their bonnets up, and one caught our eye earlier, Audi 50. You might go, what the heck is an Audi 50? Think of it as a Mark 1 Polo, but it was the pre-runner, the forerunner to that, Peter.
That's right. Yeah, the Audi 50 built in, first started being produced in 1974, a year ahead of the Mark 1 Polo in 1975. Well, it was produced only for 4 years, though. They made 180,000 of them, which I guess nowadays in Audi speak would be seen as a bit of a sales flop, wouldn't it? Nowadays you're talking in the millions particularly for a small car, but a few of them in the field here, along with many Mark 1 Polos, as the second starting group make their way behind one of our Cupra Formentor pace cars. And they're resplendent in the sort of blue and purple with yellow accents. They're easy to spot out there.
It sounds worse than it looks in the flesh, actually, that combination of colours. But again, the diversity of machinery is astonishing. But for all these drivers, little Lancia Beta Monte Carlo and other things, it was just so entertaining standing in the paddock as they were coming out. You kept thinking, that is an enormous field. Then suddenly some more would come round the corner and weave past people with trailers full of tyres and going out, and some look so bog standard. But as much as the cars at the front, I mean, I absolutely adore 635 CSI BMWs. So that was one of the cars that went very quickly from the outset. We were looking down as they went down the dip towards the Vidal chicane, and that straight 6 engine note, just fantastic. But we've got Ford Mustangs. There's an early notchback out there. We've got the NSU TT. Just things like that I used to look at, not quite tick off in my observer book of cars as a young lad, but they were all there. And in fact, I nearly brought the books with me just for a laugh. They're too valuable now.
I've been going through the work in the library hard over the last few weeks leading up to this race, Bruce. We, as commentators, we are completely impartial. However, we do have the Scottish Porsche 911 that is the Hillman Imp, the Linwood's finest out there, the rear-engined marvel out there. So it's very rare in a commentating a race with a car that was built in Scotland.
Yeah, I suppose it's even rarer if you find a car built in Wales. Are there many Gilbert Invaders racing, one wonders?
Well, the Darians are very good.
Yes, that's true.
The rally
good
cars.
Point.
Aston Martins now.
Yeah, so very
good
modern.
One, John.
And in fact, my good friend Hugo Spaz is River Simple hydrogen cell cars built in both Wells, but they're not yet racing. But again, the glance at the field of the car. And the thing that really gets me here is just the desire to race on the Nordschleife. And if they find a way to give you a vehicle to race here, make it the door open for you, why would you not come here? Looking out the window of the commentary box, you might be mistaken in thinking that it's not quite early summer here. In fact, there's almost a little bit of blue sky up, says the Eternal Optimist, as he cranes his neck, looking out across the track over the pit lane past the TUV Rhineland Tower, which is at pit in. It is getting a little bit brighter, but one thing the drivers will not escape, whatever form of machinery they're in, it's going to be very, very slippery for the first handful of laps around the Nordschleife.
The warm-up lap's going to be hugely important to get a sight of where the grip is, where it isn't, and I think the drivers, with looking through the window and looking up at that, it definitely is a little bit of blue sky just creeping through that gap in the cloud. Bruce, they'll be thinking, oh, please keep going.
Well, I wonder if that would have dictated how they decide their starting order. Some, as I said, have 2 driver lineups. Some have 3. But if some of the drivers who are going to be competing in the 24 hours, they're the pros, you put them out when the track's greasy, surely. So, but then, you know, for example, the car that's 4th on the grid, it's a 911 RSR, so certainly a car suited. Marcus Menden, top driver. Rob Huff, even more top driver. 20 years ago, he won a round of the BTCC, and then last weekend, in changeable, wet, dry conditions at Snetterton, he did it again. So Huff is brilliant in historic cars, but actually, because he's paired with someone as capable as Marcus Menden, it's probably not the case that you have to put Huffy in early on. Another driver who's well placed up the grid, where is it? Even Newcomer, regular racer of GT3 and GT4 machinery. He's starting in a 964, or is he starting? Actually, I thought it might have been even Reggiani when I looked fleetingly through the window. But, you know, you definitely put your more experienced driver in for the opening stages.
No question, because this is where the field is more, you're in a big bunch with cars of your pace. Once it stretches out, you get a little bit more room. Yes, you'll have to work your way through traffic, but that's going to be easier in this classic race than it is in the, should we say, the modern race, or contemporary race later on. So that's going to be really interesting to see which drivers have been installed for this first part. The car that Rob Huff's in is actually one of the most modern cars in the field. It's a Porsche 964 RSR, so late 80s, early 90s. So that, you know, motorsport development just continues at a pace, and so if you're in one of the more modern cars, that can be an advantage in itself, and was a very, very good out-the-packet customer racing car at the time. That's the thing with why I think we've still got so many Carrera RSRs. We've even got a 934.5 in the field. I think that's why they're very popular as historic cars, because they were so good out the box when they were new.
Yeah, and also you look at Porsche's continued history in racing. They always have a series of some sort, so you get a huge number of the cars, and they have to be sorted. If you've got a one-make championship in which Porsche has been so super strong, you know, the bloodline is immensely strong. They haven't just come in and had a little dabble. They've worked out what they really need from the cars to make them not just fast, but something that could be handled by the good to the hoping to be good.
And we've got quite a few cars in the field of the 964 generation, again late 80s, early 90s, which kicked off the Carrera Cup era in the Porsche world, where Carrera Cup Deutschland was first, then the Super Cup came the year after that. And look at the number of drivers that have come through the Carrera Cup and Super Cup system. Many of them are going to be fighting for victory later on in the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring. That lineage, that path, and as you say, that pathway to get into a racing car and then move up towards the top echelons of the sport. And those 964 Cup cars, I think, are going to be competitive in these damp conditions too. They maybe not got the outright grunt of the RSRs, or particularly the 934.5, but they will be very good, very good round the bends.
Another thing that always stands out for me with cars racing and historic racing, they might be the same as a car that raced, but they weren't the racing car. But I love it when you get the proper liveries as well. I've just seen a Porsche going through in the Vaillant sort of turquoise and striped livery. There's a UFO jeans red and white diagonal striped BMW. There's a Mark II Corvette Stingray, not in racing livery, but just looking very sharp.
The UFO colours are back for Le Mans with WRT for the BMW. It was one of the first cars that Vincent Voss had a picture of on his wall, and Now, who would it have been? It was Pierre Dieudonné who drove one of those cars, who now works for WRT. And
Jean Honseval, I think, was a driver who drove that as well. We've seen there's a 530i that races normally at Goodwood in that, and it just stands out, even in the greyest of days.
So get ready for that livery at Le Mans. A huge number of Peugeots have just gone through, including a 309, what appeared to be a 309 1.6, which in the UK was called XSI rather than GTI. I had one of those. It was a great car. I'm not sure I'd want to blast it round here for 3 hours, mind you.
Well, I know that they were much better. Something about them. I remember we were watching the cars come out. It's going, a 309? What's that doing? But actually, the top model, I thought it was called the GTI, but you said it was the XSI.
Well, the 1.9 was the GTI.
Oh, OK, because I remember driving that and going, OK, I'll put my pathetic prejudice aside for a second, because I didn't like the look of the car.
So hang on, I'm just going to zip up the anorak about French cars with 1600 XU engines in them. The one to have was the special edition 309 Goodwood, which was a dark green, which was a 1.9.
Did it come with a picnic hamper?
It probably did, but it came with beautiful dark brown leather interior and a special Goodwood green metallic. And they are very, very highly sought after now. I could never afford one in period. Mine was plain old white, I'm afraid, and I did colour key all the bumpers in those days because I didn't like the grey plastic on them.
The beauty, John, it's a very long formation lap, so the stage is yours to go through the panoply of your love of French cars.
Well, we should have Robert Liddell here because he can out-anorak me on small engine Peugeots in particular. At one stage, I think he had 9 of them. He has. Bruce has just given me a strange look. He was very excited. I was talking to him one time when we were at a motor racing meeting when he was doing really, really well, and we went off on a tangent at breakfast, and he was telling me he'd found a 205 SRI diesel, which was quite a rare beast as well, with a 5-speed manual box. I am absolutely flabbergasted that cars that I have owned in my driving lifetime that I wouldn't have thought of classics. Okay, I've got a 968 now. I accept that that's seen as a classic. But 309 and 205 GTIs in the Youngtimer. A bit foggy out on the Nordschleife as the first group are making their way around behind the safety car. I mean, it's like somebody's scale extric set out there, Peter, has come to life, isn't it?
Remarkable how many top-level cars have been prepared for this race. Many Porsches at the front of the field. The Morgan Aero 8 is qualified well. Why don't we take a look through the first few roads of the grid to give you an idea of who's going to fight for the overall victory here in this 2024 Youngtimer race. On pole position with a time of 9:46.002, Schumann and Manta in their BMW 635 CSI. That's number 508. 501, Kunkel and Funke, Porsche 911 RSR for them. Then it's Rudolph and Hamill with their Porsche 964, their race number 487. Race number 485, Menden and Huff in their Porsche 911 RSR. Then on row 3, you've got the number 505 Porsche 911 RSR of Kuke, and then alongside Althoff, car 514 Porsche Carrera RSR. Row 4, Wittke and Aust in their 911 RSR. 503 is their race number. 112 race number for Baumann, Bunagel and Grosse in their RSR 3 litre. And rounding out row 5, we have Boyke in Porsche 911 RSR IMSA. That's race number 511. 551, Bushmans, Krombach and Schmidt in the first of the BMW E36s. Then on row 6, it's the number 557 Mercedes-Benz 190E alongside Reggiani and Giacomo in their Porsche Carrera 964 Cup, race number 488. Then it's Bock and Funke, Morgan plus 8. So 7th row of the grid for the Morgan. That's fantastic. Look, that's number 215 if you're out watching around the circuit. Number 507, Hess, Vassal and Saluski. Nick Saluski, very quick driver. Porsche 911 RSR for them. 8th row of the grid is the 474 Kolb-driven Porsche 964 Cup. Then it's Vedel and Vedel in their BMW 325. That's a great result in a BMW 325 to be up there on the 8th row of the grid. 9th row, Reuter, Neumann and Selbach in their BMW E36 325i in car number 3. And the mighty Manta 561 Opel Manta, Haas and Schulten driving the Foxtail. Then rounding out the 10th row of the grid, Rings and Schenkel in their Porsche 964. That's race number 493. And the two Kolbs, Patrick and Vincent in Porsche 911 ST number 111. I would read you the whole grid, but we'd be here all day. That's the first 10 rows.
I think you should. I'm off for a coffee. But yeah, I love the fact you just suddenly mentioned the Kolbs.
The Kolbs.
Look for them, Patrick and Vincent. They'll come roaring up the order. But again, once you get down there, you start getting, in terms of pace, in the 3 groups. Because when you get the overall qualifying times, that's the overall times, then they're split into the groups. So some of the better qualifiers are in the back groups, and one of which is a 750 GT AM version of the Alfa Romeo from the late 60s. And look out for that. 23rd fastest, it'll lead its group, Jochen Wilms and Christian Dannesberger. But when you keep on scrolling down, you find names like Claudia Hurtgen. So whatever she's driving, she will be propelling towards the front. And this is a thing. You can lose big names among 202 starters, that's for sure. Or maybe 201. Let's hope the yellow BMW that pulled to the side of the track, literally having negotiated the first sequence of corners, can get going all over again. The track is beginning to dry, but as I say, that's easy for me sitting in the commentary box. It's looking dry. Oh no, as I say that, you get a long shot of the Dottinger Her, and it's thick cloud with a few trees underneath and a little strip of grey tarmac. And the lead cars are just coming down there, desperately trying to get some heat into their tyres. 3 hours of racing ahead, and you don't want to be the chump that goes straight on at the first corner. It's still greasy, it's still wet. 12 degrees last time I saw the temperature. I doubt it's rising very much at the moment. We now have thick cloud. All talk of little patches of blue sky has been made defunct.
I love the optimism, though, yeah, and it was there. It was there. It was fun while it was there. So, true Eiffel conditions. You think, how many times has Olaf Mantai woken up in the morning on a race of an NLS race day, or even a 24 hours of Nürburgring race day, pulled the curtain aside, looked out, and saw the rain, and thought, oh, well, business as usual. Yeah, well, and in his case, of course, he knows which ways the rivers flow across the track, and just little things like that. And it's, if you've never been to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, to me, it's the only track in the world that has to be on your bucket list. The fact you can bring your road car and drive it as well just takes it to another level. But the vantage points, and I would challenge even the most experienced viewer, spectator here at the track, the only way to really watch racing, to have been to each of the corners. Most are inaccessible, but to stand in the Hatzenbach sweepers, to me, is still one of the great moments. And I'm not, with the 24 hours, covering the very start of the race. I may just go watch the first 2 laps through there for my soul. I'm coming with you. Here we go, Bruce. They're nearly at the top of the Tiergarten, 2x2 in the world's probably most expensive Noah's Ark formation, and one of the most special formations. Porsche Carrera RSR is a go-go, but it's the BMW on pole position. Every shape and size. As a Porsche aficionado, this is your tick box race, isn't it? You know, it's just those little tiny bits of evolution that went some ways extreme and then back to normality again, but still the beating heart of a Porsche 911. Right, so the field of cars coming through the final corner onto the start-finish straight. The pace car has peeled off, waiting for the lights to go green. 1 car in front, 199, 200 behind, and the BMW makes a very good start, but the car that Rob Huff is sharing, don't know if it's Huff or Reggiani at the wheel of that at the moment, made a bid on the outside, but the BMW absolutely nailing it down to the first corner of the race. Can they turn in? Your friendly Morgan has gained about 3 positions and is up going to 5th place as they turn into the first corner. As I said, it's 130 degrees to the right, then almost an immediate flip to the left. Oh, they're behaving beautifully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Getting the power down, out of the corner, accelerating. A few tails started to get a little bit wide on the way out, but the important thing is they've got their braking done on the greasy track. And the Porsche, one of the Porsches has already gone past the BMW, which is what? 4 car lengths clear coming into the first corner. So some have a little more caution, some have a little less caution. But we've got a yellow Porsche at the very sharp end of the race, which I think makes it the car from 3rd on the grid. Jürgen Rudolph sharing that with Heiko Hammel. Not only has he got clear, as he goes down the twisters on the way down to the Goodyear Kera, he is now about 10 car lengths
lengths clear, and the BMW is falling back down to second, to third, to fourth place as they reach the hairpin.
Strala Autosport on that Porsche 964 that leads the race. They were a very successful team in Porsche Carrera Cup Deutschland and the Super Cup in the early days. So a Porsche 964 leads then here at the Nürburgring, chased by a Carrera RSR with the obligatory massive rear wing making the way to the front. Rob Huff in there in third, or the Rob Huff car. We don't have information yet of who is driving yet, but we will bring that to you as soon as we get it.
I'd just like to correct myself when I said the BMW that led away from pole was fourth at the hairpin. Wrong. Sixth, and falling back all the time. The Morgan that made such a strong start has also risen and tumbled down the order a little bit, but the race-leading Porsche 964 coming up through the Schumacher S's just looked fantastic. Spray pouring out of the wheel arches, but the balance of that car and the way it was being driven, no wonder it's leading the race big time. Or should I say, not quite so big time, because now the chase is on up into the Vidal chicane. What was about a 7th car length lead is now down to just about 2 car lengths. Number 505, driven by Michael Kuka, which is a Carrera RSR, is getting closer all the time. And I tell you what, there's a Mercedes 190 that's come rocketing up the order. That started in 11th place with Ralf Schall. That is up into 3rd.
So they're making their way around the left-hander off the Grand Prix circuit through the Sabine Schmitz curve, the leaders, as they head down the Hatzenbach. Meanwhile, Group 2 making their way up, and it's like a BMW delivery ferry, bringing 3 series of Go-Go, 2x2, mixed in with some Volkswagen Golfs and various other delights.
Yeah, a couple of little bluff-nosed Ford Escorts, maybe RS2000s. Of course, an RS2000 won this race, the 24 hours twice in the late 70s going into the 80s, but the Genesis safety car pulls away, and it's, as you say, a BMW delight. Orange versus black, as this is the second of the group of cars in this 201 car field. Lights are green, power is down, and again we'll see some who are going to go very, very deep into the first corner. They're 5 abreast. They sweep past our commentary box, and an Opel Kadett making very good ground as it's trying to take the inside line. Up into 3rd place it goes, no tucking around. What was a dive for the inside is going for the outside, but it's how late you dare to be on the brakes. Just remember, it's a 3-hour race, ladies and gentlemen.
And the drivers trying to tiptoe their way through that really tricky right-left section here on this Nürburgring 24-hour layout, trying to get through. There's a lot of quite low-powered but very lightweight front-wheel drive cars. That's going to be a real weapon to have today in these really tricky conditions. It's wet, but it's greasy, isn't it, Bruce?
As you were saying that, someone lost their front bumper. They hit the tail of another car in the first corner. Everyone continued. But you were talking about light cars. The VW Sirocco's out there looking great. Lancia Beta, Monte Carlo as well. VW Polos as far as the eye can see. Opel Astras galore, etc. But I must say the behaviour is very good. But the car out front, it's not a Jägermeister livery, but it's a bright orange, popular with so many German teams. BMW M3 into the hairpin and out. And the little yellow Opel Kadett sweeping that up into 2nd place and getting the power down. Tail coming out of the hairpin. Up the hill they go. But it is getting a little bit brighter. But that won't be translated into a dry circuit for some laps to come. Greasy everywhere.
Super greasy. We got fantastic conditions for top qualifying last night, where the track was completely dry, the best conditions of the week. There's been a lot of rain overnight, as we've said that a lot this week. Marshall's already having to be called into action to pick up some loose bits of bodywork, but these cars are built tough. They'll be fine.
Absolutely so. In fact, it might be a bit of tail-end bodywork there. Couldn't quite say. Oh, dearie me. Talk about a wide line. One of the little VW Polos went about 10 car widths away off the edge of the circuit. One of the points, of course, you could do it on the Grand Prix circuit, not so much on the Nordschleife itself. So use all the escape road, managed to get the car back onto the track, but it's still an orange M3 leading the second group of cars up to the Vidal chicane.
That car that went wide is the 153 VW Golf GTI. That car driven with those 2 drivers in, Benny Leuchter and Johan Kristoffersson, who's taking part in the big race later, 6 times world rallycross champion. He's going to be fairly handy in these conditions, I'd say, Bruce.
Yeah, I think it ticks several boxes. Nordschleife, greasy, you have the ability, go for it. So he'll be working his way forward, and certainly the lead group, 5 cars, is almost nose to tail. The orange BMW that had made an escape when they went down the hill to the hairpin, as they could go through the second of the Sabine Schmitz curves, those 2 left-handers onto the Nordschleife, past all the fans who may not yet be awake in their camps along the track at Hatzenbach. I'm sure they're awake. Some won't have been to sleep. You have to come here to see the edifices they built. They, all with working bars, a hot tub in front of their trucks. The sides come up. They've got, smoke machines. They've got the music going. They will have stopped for this. But But there's more. The third group of cars is going to be unleashed shortly. Hyundai at the front, which has got the yellow flag out the window, that will peel off. And then, how do you like your Alfa Romeos? The GTA? Yeah, I like those. One of those leading this group, waiting around and alongside an absolutely stunning, incredibly simple Porsche 911.
Only 184 have started so far, so this is the smaller final group. Bruce.
You know, it is madness. So, actually, I can't tell you.
Sitting watching it.
Yeah, I can't tell you where the lead group is. We're now watching the final group, just coming out of the final couple of corners. They're onto the main straight, accelerating away. The lights flick green on the gantry, but this group is a little more spaced out because the stragglers at the back, you know, including your favourite Renault 12, are a little bit out of the picture at the moment. But the 911, all white 911, goes into leader. Mark 1 Escort, looking very natty, white with a couple of blue stripes, goes up into about second place. The UFO Jeans red and white diagonal stripe BMW is in about 10th. That looks quite tidy too, but neat, tidy, but a lot of people running incredibly wide because they realise that someone else has misjudged. And there's a Volvo T240T. So exciting that John had to stand up and point at the screen. Where is Anders Olofsson when you need him?
The Oma family outing, Porsche 911 722, a late entry. Their 911 ST was leading the group away, but just dropped back into second of the group. Of course, not second in the race, but of their starting group. That's the 911 preparation shop. They raced modern Porsches in the Creventic series, but also here in the a lot of their business is classic car. Meanwhile, race leader, the Strala Autosport machine, already coming around the Caracciola carousel.
Yeah, there we are. We asked the director proved. In fact, as he was doing that, the stragglers they're still the slowest starters, including the Lancia Zagato, have only just crossed the start finish line. They're in Group 3, but the leaders in Group 3 are already going up through the Schumacher S's, thus the display of times. But certainly the yellow and blue Porsche leading the race has done really well. Jürgen Rudolph and Heiko Hammel. We'll find out which is at the wheel as they get across the start finish line. Not here yet, and only then will we know. But some high shots from around the circuit are showing thick cloud, misty if you're in one of the high up camera positions. But the track is. It will, once 199 cars, 200 cars have gone past, begin to dry, but right now it's still very slippery. The Morgan getting its tail out onto the slightly wetter part. When the whole field has gone through, you might get a drier line, but at the moment there's only one line to be had, and that's the line the leader is taking, because each incremental car is going to dry it, but it's very slippery, and the lead battle is tightening up. It's only about 4 car lengths as they get towards the end of this, the opening lap of this 3-hour race, the ADAC 24h Classic.
There's a Mercedes 190 chasing down the leading Strala Autosport Porsche 964 as they head up towards Ice Curva. And actually, when the Grand Prix circuit was opened, they had a celebrity race. Do you remember this one?
I certainly do.
Yeah, with the Cosworth engined Mercedes, and Ayrton Senna won the race when they had that race around the Grand Prix circuit, and a car that's got big pedigree around the Nordschleife too.
Yeah, but you know what? It won't ever happen again to have a one-make race and put the Formula 1 drivers into it. You think back across the years when you had the BMW M1 series supporting the Grand Prix, and it was sensational. Then there was that flip. What year was it? About 1990 something. You had the Alfa Romeo silhouette cars. Oh my word, they were just sensational.
I fell down a rabbit hole the other day looking for various bits and pieces, and found at Monaco. I was looking for something else at Monaco because it was the Monte Carlo Grand Prix, of course, recently, and I found the F1 drivers' race in Peugeot 505 GTIs, which is something that I had completely missed. They were quite big cars there with a lovely old Duvran V6 motor, and that's what the F1 drivers were driving around Monaco. Undoubtedly, some marketing deal had been done with Peugeot, and the big 4-door cars were racing around there. There was also not F1 drivers, but I remember in the very early days of motor racing in the Middle East, in Dubai, there was a Citroen CX run down where actually it's all been developed now, down by where the marina is, and they had all sorts of people, and I think Mario Andretti was in that.
They had the great and the good, and I remember Jeff Bloxham coming back with all his photos for Autosport. We thought there'd never be proper motor racing in Dubai or the Middle East. How wrong we were. But our lead battle, we have proper motor racing here. In in the spray behind the race leader is the Mercedes 190, which just looks right. A DTM car of the period when you had the likes of Franz Klammer, ski superstar, taking on the Klaus von Ludwigs of this world around this stunning circuit, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. In a straight line, though, the Porsche just pulls away. But when you get to the twisty bits, the BMW, the Mercedes is getting closer and closer. But at the end of the opening lap, using that long straight up towards Tiergarten from Galgenkopf along the Dottinger Höhe, the Porsche yellow and blue pulled clear. We'll find out which of the two drivers is on board, which is the starting driver, as lap one of many is now complete.
That Mercedes, it's a Mercedes 190E 2.5-16 to give it its full nomenclature, driven by Charles. So a very impressive, very impressive start to the race. Started quite deep in the pack, but doing Ralf Charles, from Dornstadt, doing a fantastic job at the wheel of that Mercedes. And don't say this isn't serious, because the driver of the Strala Porsche weaving back and forth all the way in the Dottinger Höhe, trying to break the slipstream of the Mercedes behind.
But in fact, the power he had under his right foot was enough to do that in so many ways, because there were only maybe 2 car lengths between them as they turned right out of Galgenkopf on the Dottinger Höhe, but the power of the Porsche pulling away. And now as they go down the hill through the long left-hander towards the correct name this time, Goodyear Kercher at the bottom of the hill. So difficult when corners change their name. In the course of an event, they will catch you out, but there's probably 10 car lengths, maybe a dozen car lengths between them, and then twice that back to the car in 3rd place.
Ralf Scharler started 11th in that Mercedes and got all the way up into second on, and wasn't even by we were halfway around the Nordschleife. It was already up there. The BMW 508, that's the car being driven by Peter Schumann, Jürgen Schumann and Olaf Manta, of course, was down in 3rd after that first lap, having started on pole.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. It was a really good getaway from pole, and then he got through the first corners, was pulling clear in the 635 CSI, but maybe just being a little bit cautious. By the time he got down to the hairpin on the opening lap, he had fallen back to 6th place. And in fact, there was a massive moment that I hadn't noticed at the first time of asking from the car, that the Porsche that's leading the race. It was a flick to the left, a flick to the left, right, left, and then he needed to turn right and got it going through the first corner. But I hadn't realised quite how committed he was. And that by the time they got out of the first corner, the yellow and blue Porsche in the lead, Ralf Schall at the wheel. And again, a chance on the replay to see the long-time favourite on the Nordschleife, the white and red Opel Manta, not in the 24 hours this time around, but having a great deal of fun and gaining places hand over fist. A few cars did actually get it wrong into the first corner on the first time of asking, including a car in the lead group of the second group of cars, and dropped it. And around the lap, I think I've just talked to the Opel Manta. Is that the car that has just been spinning and is now sitting facing the traffic, waiting for it to flick around? I fear it is. The aforementioned Opel Manta has had its moment, but Opel Manta fans, it's back on track.
Heinz Robert Janssen taking on the driving duties for the mighty Manta. Volker Strajcek, who's driven that car for so many years and a true legend of the Nordschleife. He's taking part in the Nürburgring 24 hours again this year, but in a Cupra rather than his usual Opel Steed. Very unusual to see him not in an Opel. No, entirely. You have to sort of just double check there isn't a printing problem, on the timesheets or whatever. But some really good scrapping up and down the order. You can see why historic racing works at the Nordschleife, because you've got the chance where you've got space around the Grand Prix circuit to sort yourself out, and then you've just got the magic of the Nordschleife itself. And why would you not race there? That's why series like the Nürburgring Langstrecken series often have 120 starters, and just before the 24 hours, those early rounds, they sometimes have another 30 on top of that. So the space to race, but it's the sheer thrill, the challenge. There's not a single race that you could do at the Nordschleife that would be like any other race you'd had at the Nordschleife. Everyone, you can have a 2-degree change in temperature difference and it suddenly makes it a different place. And as you know, you stand up high here in the Eiffel Forest and you can see the weather. It's coming, but is it going to arrive? Oh no, it's veered off to the right, veered off to the left. And often if you're here on a weekend where there's a race meeting happening at Spa-Francorchamps, you see what weather that they're getting. People forget they're incredibly close to each other, but with hills and forests, it can move the weather around. Sometimes you get, sometimes you don't. It's very fickle here. Who would want to try and predict the weather? And I'm sure the weather later on in the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours on the Nürburgring is going to be a huge point, a huge topic of conversation. We also have a Corvette in the field as well, an old C2 Corvette. which is great to see a couple of American cars in too. That's Patrick Mortier from Singapore who's driving. Now, problem for the 363 Volkswagen Scirocco parked up at the side of the circuit. The
Marcus Funke.
Yeah. And Frank Westerhoff.
And unfortunately for the driver, it's actually being towed through a gap in the wall. So again, the marshals around here are just totally on top of what they need to do. But in such a large circuit, if you're not organised, don't have facilities to move people off the circuit, then you're absolutely done for. But tried and tested, I think, is the way we can probably describe this the best.
Such disappointment for that team, because you put so much preparation into a race like this, and on the first lap the car has a problem. I guess you've got to be used to that with historic racing. Car 330 Volkswagen Golf of Spandenberg, Gundert and Schutt into the pits, and the mechanics going to unclip the bonnet and have a look in at the little four-cylinder motor there in the front of that Mark II Golf. What a pity, what a pity, but hopefully they can get something fixed. The good thing with older cars is they can be quite easy to fix in certain circumstances. There's no plugging in of laptops or anything like that.
Identifiable things that you can hit, wiggle, and even replace, but let's hope that's going. Unfortunately, a Ford Mustang, the notchback we were talking about on the formation lap, is slowing all of a sudden. Slowing to the extent I think there's a problem, maybe not quite just down to driver caution, but suddenly there's a burst of light above the pit lane just moments after the TV director was showing us dark images of horrible clouds in the distance and above the pit lane, but that means somewhere maybe about 8 kilometres away at the furthest point from us, there's probably still in full darkness. Just remember that.
Yesterday I was speaking to a friend who works for Hankook, and I know them from the rallying world because Hankook are very involved in rallying, and I asked him, I said, tell me about why you're here and things, and he said this is a multi-year program working here, and I said, what is it that you see that's different here compared to other places you've been? He says, well, I come from the rally world, but he says you wouldn't believe how similar the mentality is to tarmac rallying. He says this is like one long rally stage. 25 kilometres would be on the longer end of a World Rally Championship stage. So you really are having to think about the overall picture, not just what we see here in the comfort of the media centre or the commentary box or whatever, or the garages, because it's just so variable all through the valleys around.
What makes somebody bring out a Lancia Flavia Zagato to do this? I'm in awe of that, because I firmly believe that old cars, particularly old racing cars, should be used. I think you honour the designers, the engineers, the mechanics and the drivers by bringing the cars. There's nothing sadder to see for me than them gathering dust, but fair play for bringing that up. That is worth a few shilling, to be honest.
No, entirely, but you know, you're quite right. It has no purpose sitting in a garage, and the whole point, it gives you a chance to drive in something like this. I was trying to sort of ascertain and even get my head around the various classes in this, because the three different groups didn't always seem to have a clear differentiation, but surely they meant we've got to have a class that admits a Lancia Zagato. Oh, we have got a class that admits a Lancia Zagato. So off it goes. It was the slowest car on the formation lap, but you know what? Even running in 201st position, he's actually got a race, because there's a car about, what, half a dozen car lengths up the road ahead of him. In fact, it's the 309 Peugeot we were talking about early on. So they'll have their little scrap, and as we said, with debatable how many corners around the Nordschleife, let's call it 72 among friends, plenty of challenges to be had. And you know, when you're driving a car that you may have driven a lot on the road, but you're suddenly on a proper Grand Prix circuit that's got all these changes, you'll have a different line every time until you're satisfied. And at the moment, you'll be a little beguiled. You'll be looking for the dry line, because it's still greasy offline, so your focus will be sort of double what it is normally, just trying to make sure you don't go on the bit where you're going to make a chump of yourself. And the race leader is coming up onto the tail right now of the Lancia Zagato, so first and last are going to be in the same frame, and the yellow and blue Porsche will nip around Ralph Schall down the inside, passes the Peugeot as well.
So that Porsche 964 continues to march ahead with the Strala Autosport livery on it, going through ice curve at the moment on the second lap, with a massive oversteer moment there coming through towards Flanschgarten, and the rear engine layout of a Porsche 911, just the rear of the car is just squatting down on the driven wheels. That's why Porsche 911 was the dominant rally car before four-wheel drive came in, because you always had that that engine hanging over the rear wheels and pushing the car on. Coming back to that Lancia Zagato, you think that's from an era where the Nürburgring Nordschleife really came onto the kind of international stage, truly in a sports car terms. You think of like the Nürburgring Eiffel race 1,000 kilometers and the Porsche 550s, Porsche 356s. That would be very much of the time.
Now the lead seems to be swapping backwards and forwards. There was a two-second advantage for the Rudolf Hamel 964. And Ralf Schall and the Mercedes got close. No, the Porsche's pulling away again. As the track is now starting to dry, because the Mercedes, the angle of attack, it was coming, it was closing. But maybe around the twisty bits, the Porsche's a little bit better. But then down the straights, we saw down the Dottinger Höhe, the Porsche was pulling away. But in fact, the Mercedes has dropped away. Red and yellow warning flags inside the circuit, probably quite a lot of the way round. Slippery surface, but we did see that Opel Manta going around.
Think?
Who knows?
Just for those of you watching in the UK, that 309 GTI that the leader's just gone by, a car we never got in the UK officially, because that was a 309 16 valve, which they couldn't turn over to right-hand drive because the brake master cylinder was in the way. And so I'll leave now.
No, what I was about to say, just put a smile on my face, because I thought John's fallen quiet. He's looking something up, because you'd have 3/4 of the idea, but you're a completist.
I did.
Now we've got a challenge in the battle. We've got the Heiko Hamel car, Rudolf Hamel car, leading the way, but the Mercedes have got up to the front, is now falling back as the pole-sitting BMW 635 CSI is coming, and another car that went so well at the outset of the race, the Morgan. Maybe that they just didn't have the confidence in that greasy first lap. They fell down the order, but now they're coming back some distance, the race-leading 964 Porsche, but their progress is absolutely solid. They're going past the Peugeot 205 GTI at the moment. I must say, of course, all the drivers in this historic race briefed absolutely about where they should be when the faster cars are coming through. They've got enough of a struggle trying to find a dry line, but thus far, all going well.
The Morgan looking to have a move into second position here. It's got fantastic straight line speed, pops to the outside as they rush over the start-finish line. The little Morgan on the outside of the big BMW 635 CSIs. They wiggle and squiggle on the brakes down the hill towards the right left-hander, but the BMW hangs on for now with the little Morgan right on at the tail. The Mercedes appears in fourth now, appears to be making its lap time on the brakes, around the corners, etc. On the straight, it's really, brought a knife to a gunfight.
But for me, seeing as the weather begins to clear a little bit of light now hitting the wings of the cars, they go down to the Dunlop Care, seeing a 635 CSI. These were the cars that were right at the front end when I first came to the Nürburgring 24 hours and the Spa 24 hours. They made that magical engine note, but it's good to see it's going. I was slightly concerned, having started in pole position, that the BMW would just tumble down the order. It didn't look comfortable on the opening lap of the race, but this is one of the cars with 3 drivers in its lineup, so there will be changes through the course of this 3-hour race. Therefore, you can divide 3 by 3, and that means Peter Schumann, Jürgen Schumann and Olaf Mantai. I think Olaf will probably be the 3rd driver in that car. Can't quite see the smile and starch and the twinkle of the eye as he comes up through the Wiedel chicane, but 2nd, 3rd and 4th, very, very close indeed, with that unusual combination. I'm not sure I've ever said this before. BMW from Morgan from Mercedes, but there you have it.
Isn't it fantastic? From 3 quite different eras too. The BMW late 1970s for the BMW, mid to late 1970s.
Yeah, and then comfortably they carried on making that model through until the late 80s.
Of course, it had a lot of iterations, didn't it? You're right. Yeah, and then the Morgan's actually a little bit more modern theoretically. Again,
well, of course, Morgan competed in the FIA GT Championship in 1997. For one season and one season only. It looked like a car from another time. It went really, really well. But in fact, looking at this Morgan here, what does it have? Lightness. That's why it's able to be so much more nimble than the BMW. And the Corvette gets very nicely out of the way. The 2nd place BMW going through the 2nd Sabine Schmitz curve has got about 4 car lengths over the Morgan. But when he gets the twisty bits, that Morgan, just looking to that first corner sequence, the way it was able to get its braking done, much less weight to transfer across, going to the right, going to the left. But then when you get the longer stretches, and as they go towards places like Flugplatz, once they got through Hatzenbach, the BMW will pull clear. But, you know, it's a game of nip and tuck.
Of course, the Morgan built in a beautiful little village called Malvern in in the sort of South Midlands of the United Kingdom, and some fairly interesting back roads there amongst deep woodland. So
the Malvern Hills, absolutely glorious part of the UK. But when you go past, they still put the cars on trolleys and move them from one building to another to complete them. So, don't buy one that's built on a rainy day. I joke.
This one on a rainy day is doing very well, that Morgan, fighting for second position, but it's the Strala Autosport liveried 964 that leads the way of Rudolph and Hamill. And the thing with the 964 is you're getting into an era where you can put some seriously powerful engines into that car. From that time, coming into the era of the IMSA supercars, you really, and that's a 964 with a naturally aspirated car, but there's still a lot of power that can be generated from that flat six of that era.
Yeah, talking power, the Rover V8, 3.5 litre lump in the nose of that Morgan, very, very powerful indeed as it gets onto the tail of the BMW 635 in front of it. You can hear those totally different engine notes. My two favourite engine notes, a straight six bark and then the V8 rumble.
And the flat six roar.
I left that to you. I left that to you because I knew you'd get just too excited.
Porsche in the pits as well as an Opel in the gravel. We'll come back to the Porsche in a minute because unfortunately the Opel is in the gravel. It's been hooked up to one of the Volkswagen course cars. This is number 28, Heinz Robert. No, that can't be right. Yes, it is.
Yeah,
it is. It's Heinz Robert Janssen in the Opel Manta.
Very pretty car.
Beautiful, yeah. And it's the 507 Durna Motorsport Club Porsche RSR. One of the front qualifying cars being jacked up, the rear of the car being jacked up a lot there. Meanwhile, an issue for one of the little BMW 2002s. Yeah, blue car coming down into number turn 1 and 2. Yeah, number 20. Now, who's in that car? Because car number 20.
Well, there are two people called Ellender, Richard and Felix, but it's probably their teammate, Joseph Prager. Let's just call it Ellender. But, oh dear, one of the black and silver Mercedes 190Es having a massive twitch. But again, that was a race livery that appeared in the DTM. I think Klaus Ludwig was one of the drivers of those. But unfortunately, a few cars starting to pull off the circuit.
Straight back to the paddock for the
number 70, 60. Some are pulling off the track because they just can't get the first corner right. There's an enormous tarmac area on the outside. Little Opel Kadett 151. That was one of the ones that was really charging among the second group of cars. Nolsa Motorsport headed car. They rejoined, but a few now starting to have little niggles. This is historic racing. It can go perfectly for 2 days of testing and qualifying, and then things can go pop. So we've just lost several.
Kadett Coupe. There was no Vauxhall equivalent of that, but Opel was still being sold in the UK in that era. So that you didn't get it. I suppose you got the Chevette, which was the hatchback that came after that car, but there was no badge engineered British Vauxhall that went along with that Opel Kadett two-door coupe.
No, that's the thing. I mean, under the general aegis of General Motors, likewise in Germany, for example, you'd have the Ford Taunus. In England, or the Britain, you'd have the Ford Cortina. It was a marketing thing. In some countries, they literally just changed the grille here or there, and that became obviously a more productive option. Now, one thing I just noticed looking at Peter's copious notes, we have a larder in the race. I noticed you put modelled on a Fiat 124. That was a massive marketing thing for Fiat. Of course, the Seat equivalent was built in Spain, but for many moons.
FSO, Polski Fiat.
Exactly.
You name it. It was the tooling was sold off, wasn't it, at the end of its life in Italy and Europe, and big off for one of the later BMWs. This is the 457, the four-door BMW. That's the E36, isn't it?
It is, yeah, that's Matthias Hackmann and Sascha Hackmann.
Don't like to say that.
No, the front left of the car, the front left wheel is bent at a 45-degree angle. It's just at the 4-kilometre marker. That's coming through flats. That's fast through there, in whatever car you're in.
He's gone in on the left-hand side, Peter, and bounced back across the road to driver's right, and that's going to give us a slow zone there, a code 60 zone, while that car is recovered.
No barrier damage, but the stacks of tyres in front have been dislodged and sort of come forward by about a metre at the far end of them onto the wet grass. You can see the mud more than the grass at that point.
I was just noticing, so that's an E36 BMW. I was just noticing when you were talking about the early VW Golfs, and the fact is that the current Polo is actually bigger and heavier than the Mark 1 Golf. And you look at the Mark 1 Golf now, it looks tiny. I understand the reasons behind cars getting bigger and heavier, but there was an elegant simplicity with all cars then. I had the good fortune to be looking at some old Formula 1 cars recently, and they were alongside some newer Formula 1 cars, 3 or 4 year old Formula 1 cars, which are now 7 metres long, and the whole of a 1970s, 1980s Formula 1 car, the whole of it, including the wings and the rear overhangs, can fit within the wheelbase of a current car. And you think, that doesn't quite look right. And it's the same when you look at old 5 Series BMWs, and you look at them and say, oh, that's a nice 3. I know, that's a 5. And I was looking at a set when we picked up our creds down on the Dottinger on Wednesday. There was a couple of older BMWs there, and I said, that's lovely. I really like that shape of 5. Oh no, that's a 7. That was a 7 too. And you think, wow, that was what we thought was a big car in those days.
Oh no, totally. And in fact, I think it was yesterday, possibly the day before, we were talking of Mini, and the fact that the modern Mini is spelled in capital letters. Did you not come up with the fact?
I'm trying to Snowy, actually, I think.
It was Snowy. Sorry, it was Snowy who came up with the fact. And then Ian McCarthy, who's one of our key Twitter fans on RSL_studio, just produced a picture of ancient and modern, and it just was beyond entertaining.
The BMW Museum is good for that. The last time I was there, the museum itself is the shape of a cylinder head of a BMW motorcycle, which is fantastic. I love the whole idea of the way the building is. And whilst I was there a couple of years ago, ironically on an Audi launch actually, but I had some time, so I nipped into the BMW Museum, and they had a retrospective of Mini rally cars. And it went all the way back to the original Mini Coopers and all the way up to the Rally Raid style Mini Countrymans. And the Rally Raid Mini Countryman was my first flat in London wasn't as spacious as that, and it was huge. It was more maxi than mini. Yeah. For those who remember the old Land Crab, that did have a rallying history, in fairness.
There's another photograph that does the rounds of the tyre that's on the original Porsche 901, or as we now know, the 911, and the 992, the latest generation, and you just can't believe it. The difference there, the original is this tiny little skinny, looks like a bicycle tyre, and then the road tyre of the latest 992 Porsche 911, hugely wide.
You don't realise that until you take the tyres or the wheels off the car, because you look at the car, a contemporary car from the side, and then as I did when I got my 992, I swapped tyre brands and put Michelin on, and the tyres that I took off are still sitting in the garage, and they look like race tyres. Battle for the lead across the line, gents.
The Strala Porsche is under pressure. The big BMW has had a fantastic lap there as we complete 3 laps, and we're going to get a move for the lead. Indeed, the BMW 508-65 goes by, or does it? They're going to go for the cutback now. Tight line for the BMW, wide line for the Porsche. The Porsche trying to get that rear, squatting down, opens up the power. Oh, wiggles and squiggles as they side by side now down through the Grand Prix circuit. The Porsche just going to nick the lead back, Bruce.
Absolutely excellent. I think the Porsche had to take a wider line because he just wasn't sure if the BMW 635 was going to be able to make the first corner. Gave him plenty of room, but what's going to sort them out isn't just the fact whether the track's drying or not. They've got cars up in front of Porsche 924. Whoosh, they go past BMW 2002. But where will they find them on the track? They're getting down towards the Goodyear hairpin. They get to hope the BMW goes to the outside. So when I say the BMW, I mean that's the one they're lapping. But the 635, new race leader. He's had quite a few goes in the lead of the race. But remember, this is a car that fell back to about from pole position after a good start on that greasy track on the opening lap. Fell down to about 8th place, but this is a classic scrap for them on the Grand Prix circuit. But what they want to be is the one that's ahead when they get to the Sabine Schmitz curve, so they can lead onto the Nordschleife. But the cutback and the balance of the Porsche when it had ceded the lead by running wide at the first corner to let the BMW get its cornering done, and the way the power was put down. We were talking about the balance of that car on the opening lap. The track is definitely dry now, but when it was really greasy, the balance the Strada Motorsport 964 was exquisite. But it's not just down to the car, it's being driven supremely well, it must be said.
Well, that Porsche that's now back in second, the Strada Autosport machine, the driver, how they caught that moment going down into turn one, proper lock stop to lock stop on the brakes on lap one, and managed to hang on to it. But the last lap by, it was an incredible lap from the BMW 635 CSI car 508, an 11:04.2. The Porsche was 11:15, and that was still its best lap of the race, so it wasn't necessarily a mistake. It's just the BMW's really starting to get into the stride.
Okay, so remember that time. We'll be going under 11 minutes. The track will continue to dry, but for some drivers, the race is over. Unfortunately, one of the more standard-looking BMWs on a flatbed being brought back from the track. And all drivers competing on the Nordschleife have to really pay more heed to marshals than anywhere else in their signalling, because there are often flatbed and other course rescue vehicles on the circuit. So not just watching out for the 72 twists and turns, the rises, the falls, where the dry line is, where the back markers are, but also for course vehicles. So they would have had that in their briefing, but still, it's a brilliant place to come and play.
The little Morgan has dropped about 3.5 seconds back from this leading pair, the BMW leading from the Porsche 964. So the Morgan just coming out onto the Kiddelbacher Ho now as our leaders are up towards Flugplatz, where of course double waved yellow flags, the Cupra intervention vehicle, just making sure everyone knows what's what. There's a lot of work to do, because on the left hand side they're fixing the tyre wall, and on the right they're trying to recover the stricken BMW E36, but the leaders get their way through and they can get back on the power.
Well, I mean, it's not quite threading the eye of the needle, but not far short of it, because the flatbed is square in the middle of the circuit on a right-hand corner, as the BMW had to get into position to rescue the stricken BMW. The driver is looking very, very doleful indeed, taking some rather sad photos of his car. His race run, the front end really rather stoved in. But up the front of the field, it's really starting to stretch. I'm amazed that we've lost the Morgan off the back of this group, because remember, the differential between the race-leading Strada Motorsport Porsche last time around, the 964, to the chasing and overtaking BMW was 15 seconds, and the Morgan therefore was 12 seconds faster this 964. But again, it's how bold you are in traffic. Oh dear, one of the front-running Porsche 911s in the pits. That's car number 511. So that had been previously running comfortably in the top 10. And I'm afraid driver out, hand gesticulations, and that's a race run.
It's Team Mittel motor in the pit lane. May I just suggest, Mr. Messrs Mackay and Jones, that we are getting the vestiges of a dry line out there on parts of the circuit. I can see a lighter grey on some parts of the track, and whoever set up the BMW, I wonder who that might have been, by the way, with Olaf Manta in the driving, has clearly got that car set up for the long run rather than the first lap sprint when it was very slippery.
Yes, and when it was struggling mightily. Yes, Olaf Manta. We've already had the conversation of him opening his curtains and knowing precisely what to do in one of the most changeable places. I was half waiting for a thunderclap while you were having your sentence there about the weather, the dry line improving, you know. But oh dear, the mighty 617 Mercedes, sort of a cruiser among racers, I think we could say, had a little rotation at the first corner. But if you're going to spin on this circuit, do it on the Grand Prix loop, where there is space galore, runoff galore, and of course, it was interesting, last night there was a drift show that John Hindhoff was commentating on here, down on the Grand Prix loop, all the fans in the grandstands around the Goodyear hairpin. But I just thought back to when the modern Nürburgring opened in the mid-1980s, and people were just aghast. I mean, we're standing so far back across those huge... Where are the cars? They look tiny. And it just struck me last night, but not that we could see the cars, just a pall of smoke, but then going very sideways indeed.
Just want to mention car 603. It's a BMW T002. Eve Scheer and her teammate is a Stippler in there.
A stippler for detail.
Yes. he'll be doing some work later on as well. Stippy, partners in life, those two lovely people. Eve driving again here, and also doing double duty. She's working for Nitro, the coverage here in Germany. That car has moved up, and of course I took my eyes off, but it's moved up massively. It was in the third group, and it was knocking on the door of the top 100 when I just scrolled through there. But in the mere moment that I looked away, of course, the timing screens have all updated, and therefore I've managed to lose it. You asked about classes, by the way. I stopped
110.
110 classes.
Fourth in class. No. It's the Stippler and Share BMW you mentioned there. They're fourth in class, 110th overall.
Thank you very much indeed. There seemed to be an infinite number of classes to ensure, as Bruce was saying, that every car that somebody wants to enter can enter.
So if ever there was a race you don't want to be in charge of the podium ceremony, this is it. And class 27 up in third place for your trophy.
It'll be done by sometime next Saturday.
A backdrop to the 24 hours.
Yes, well, they've got 24 hours to get it done, haven't they, before we need the podium again, so they can just keep firing people on there. A reminder that you're watching and listening for the first time on our English language coverage from the Nürburgring, the ADAC RAVENOL, ADAC 24-hour coverage. It is the classic race, a 3-hour, as the Germans would call it, a young timer race. So these very much from the era of the 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s, a little bit beyond that, but not very much. And these are cars that quite a lot of you tuned in, and I know that you've got up early in the UK. Hello to Jet and to a number of other people. Jet actually went and walked the dog early this morning. Not sure the dog was too pleased about that. Kayla has now pricked her ears up. But she was sitting watching when they got back, watching that yellow Porsche. She seemed quite interested in the yellow Porsche that was going around. So watching in the UK, you'll remember a lot of these cars as road cars at the time, and this is the glorious 201, we think, started, and the typical Nürburgring scene now of one of the track services vehicles with additional Armco on. What they've done is they've rolled the tyre stack away. That wasn't moved by the BMW. I reckon they've moved that away, gentlemen, to check the integrity of the Armco behind it before they're putting it back. And that's the attention to detail. That's going on at the Flugplatz whilst the race is going on, and the drivers are absolutely respecting the slow down flags and the slow zones.
A bit of coolant, unfortunately, had leaked out, or fluid had leaked out of that BMW that crashed there at Flugplatz, and it's just on the for the SP9 cars coming through Flugplatz. It's a very, very fast uphill right-hander. They're entering there at 145 miles an hour, just in the main race, and on the right-hand side there's that coolant. They're putting a lot of quick dry, cement dust, gypsum, whatever you want to call it, and is it on the racing line? It's maybe just to the right of the racing line. That is something that during warm-up the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring drivers will need to be wary of, and as the circuit evolves over the day, that will be part of their sighting process to have a look and see what the grip level is like there, because that is a fully committed part of the circuit.
I was just having a quick look. I didn't think it was maybe Frank Stippler, though he does love a historic car. It's Herman Stippler with Yves Scheer. So,
right, okay.
So, Frank can't have all the fun, but Frank, just knows his circuit better than almost anybody. He's out on it almost every weekend, and having watched him over the years in all sorts of historic machinery, he can get to grips with anything, and I do think it's just such a rich education to drive as many different types of vehicles as you possibly can. But also, you have to understand them, and you have to have sympathy. And unfortunately, a few cars in this race have been a little unstuck on greasy conditions, but apart from the BMW that was put on a flatbed, I think other retirements have been for mechanical reasons thus far. But it's been an enthralling lead battle with the BMW 635 CSI starting on pole position, losing a mere half dozen places by the hairpin on the opening lap, and then more places around the Nordschleife. But as it's dried out, that BMW has come good, the 635 CSI, and worked its way back to the sharp end of the field.
Thank you to Yoda's uncle for tweeting us in. You can get in touch with us here in the booth, hashtag RSL_N24. So Yoda's uncle said he is asking, is the number 508, the BMW CSI pole sitter, on slicks, hence dropping back at the start? I don't. That's a very good question. We don't have a way of finding out for certain.
Well, I tell you what, just as you were saying that, there was a long shot, and the aforementioned 635 came through completely sideways. Was it because he had to go around some back markers, got on the damp line? Possibly. Was it because he still hasn't got grip? The Morgan is not too far behind. That fell some distance back.
Now.
I'm just... No. It's still the Bock-Funke Morgan still listed in third place around the Dunlop car. There they go. It's still the number 508 Porsche. The 508's in the lead now. So
BMW leads the white
Porsche 964, Bock-Funke waiting for it, yellow with the blue.
No, I think the Morgan's gone through in a second. I'm not sure the timing is reflecting that.
Well, there was just under 7 seconds between the BMW 635 CSI, that's the one that the Schumann and Manta will be driving.
Just fantastic.
And the best of the rest, and then an equivalent gap, slightly more back to the Morgan in third place. So the 964 Porsche, yellow with the blue air dam at the front, should be in second place, just needing to get a sighter of that one. But whoever is on board the BMW that's leading the race is really starting to apply the pressure now.
Don't forget the Mercedes 190 also sitting in fourth. The Charles-driven machine.
Yeah, it's losing ground. Just a little example. I think because they've got traffic as well, and don't forget we had the flatbed and where they were repairing the tyres, so of course the lap time fell by a mere 15 seconds to the race-leading BMW, and pretty much an equivalent margin for those behind. But that Mercedes 190E, so good on the wet track early on, is losing ground. It's falling away in fourth place.
You and the timing screen are right, and I was wrong. That it is the Porsche 964 still in second place. But I can't believe I'm actually going to say that. I must have missed it as it was going round the Grand Prix circuit, the brightest of bright yellow cars. There's Yves Scherer's car, the 2002, the Ravenol machine, just outside the top 100. And I think that's Yves behind the wheel.
I think so, looking very, very smooth. Obviously quite at home in that car now, just no sort of extraneous action. But fabulous shape. And I tell you what, though that particular car the 2002 looks brilliant in a sort of purpley blue and yellow flamboyant race livery, one that looked perfect in the paddock in the classic 2002 livery of white below and above the bodyline blue.
Yeah.
It just is simple. It's a trademark livery. It's a bit like if I'm looking for a Mini Cooper, it has to be red with a white roof. And in Bulldog Racing, bringing the latest of the Minis over here, they've got a sort of modern iteration of that, and a Cooper on board as well, for good measure. I
had the good fortune to be working at Spa Classic a couple of weekends ago.
Oh, you're having a bad summer.
I am having an awful summer. And because I had a weekend off and somebody asked me if I would mind going, and I thought, well, what am I going to do on my only weekend off between now and the end of July? I'll go to a racetrack. And the BMW Club always have a stunning display right at the end of the F1 paddock, at effectively at pit out end, and they are very well organised, and they line them up in date order, and you go through the 1602s and the 002s and the tiny little cars, as we were mentioning earlier on. The other thing you notice, cars were different colours back then, weren't they? They weren't just silver or grey or black or white. And every hue, a rainbow of BMWs. It's fantastic.
I was in Thailand a few weeks ago, and it just makes me laugh because they still have cars of colour. But having read on the way out, there's a great big feature in the latest Automobile Sport magazine. It's about Zac Speed. The first Zac Speed races, the Escorts, were bright yellow and bright green. All the taxis, or most of the taxis in Bangkok, are exactly the same thing. I got off the plane reading about it, and there they were. But talking of cars of colour, Haynes Motor Museum in Somerset in England has a red room. All the cars in there are red, but I could go through it, and I'd taken my young son through there years ago, and I had to keep going, oh, I went to school in one of those, oh, I went to school in one of those, oh, I went to school in one of those. And you just realise, but the diversity of shape and form, but every car you drove then would have had a different characteristic, which isn't sadly quite the case anymore. I
think it's Fiat who said a couple of months ago, double yellows on the run up the hill towards the Swedish Cross. To Flugplatz, excuse me, yes.
So they're still clearing up.
And Zeev Scherer just going through that at the moment. I think it's Fiat who have said they're not going to sell grey cars anymore. They believe that they want to bring back some colour. Let's get back to what's going on the track, and an E30 in problems, Peter. It's, I think, the 439 car. Yes, it is. MSC Oldenkirchen AV.
So a tyre carcass flapping around left rear, a driver trying his best to keep out of the way, as of course a gaggle of at least 5 cars twists its way around him. But the clear up at Flugplatz getting closer to being completed, and in fact that BMW E30 has very nearly made it back, because that's the exit of the Tiergarten combination. He'll pull into the pits. And the others, I've double-checked, actually 189 starters. We must have had a few fallers between practice and qualifying yesterday.
Had a few stragglers, yes. But we did have a few late entries to add in too, though, because there's a few that weren't on the original entry list who have added in. The Yves Scherer and Hermann Stippler car, one of them. Spin also on the nearly a double spin. The 555 blue BMW E36 spinning at turn 1. Turn 1 in the Grand Prix track has been a very popular place for pirouettes. We had the drift show yesterday, of course. Car 27, another BMW having a spin there, and of course we saw the 911 RSR IMSA car 511 making its way back into the pits.
Now gone into the paddock.
Oh no!
That's the back entrance to the paddock.
Yeah.
As Bruce said, that they're on the loop.
Yeah, we'd seen that car come into the pit lane. It may have been a further lap, and they thought, no, we tried it. It's not working. But at least here, if you've got a problem on the Grand Prix loop, you don't have to do the entirety of the Nordschleife. You can turn to the right and come back, and in fact, even just you can turn hard right when you come out of the first corner. But the track is drying. The slips are becoming and slides are becoming a little less flamboyant, and the drivers at the front are really starting to pick up the pace. But as always on the Nordschleife, you get to the point where cars start having punctures, whether it's because they've clouted the curbs. Yes, why are they clouting the curbs? Because the track is still slippery, and particularly as the front runners are coming through, cars are getting off the racing line to let them through, which they shouldn't always do. But we are having a few tumblers. But up front, certainly the BMW 635 started on pole position. Still haven't had clear sight as to whether it did start on slicks while those around them had treaded tyres, but it's picked up the pace, gained yet more of an advantage, gained another 7 seconds over the 964, Porsche 964, number 487 last time around.
One of the RSRs starting to pick up pace is the Team Griezmann machine, and it's got a pair of Griezmanns in it, and it's the 502, currently in 8th position, but beginning to pick up pace as cars coming in for the first of their stops on, what are we, just coming up to 55, 56 minutes. So by the time you've come in, you're going to go, if you've got 3 drivers, you'll split this into 3. Standard pumps in the pit lane for this race and for the main race. Upgraded a couple of years ago. There used to be 1 pistol grip between 2 garage boxes. Now there's 1 either side, so probably only 5 cars, possibly 6 cars having to share one of the pistol grips, but no fast fill here. And it's all, I should say that there is a minimum pit stop time here. This is not about how quickly you can turn things around. It's about getting people out safely. Now that's the Griezmann car that I mentioned, the green and white car going through Carracciola Carousel. Good morning to those of you listening in the truck.
And what do we see? more rain.
Yeah.
There's rain now falling at the back of the circuit. I thought we've had hanging clouds, but it seemed to be drying. Everything was drying. We had a little flash of almost sunshine. That's what we call it around here. But unfortunately, it's now suddenly becoming slippery all over again. It was a damp track when they went out. It was slippery. The cars began to dry. The weather started to improve. Now at the far end of the circuit, the windscreen wipers are on, not just because of spray off the circuit, but it is raining.
Bjorn and Georg Geisman are competing in the big race later on in the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours on the Nürburgring, and this car they have, absolutely glorious. It's a Carrera RSR with 934 bodywork. The car is in the original Manta racing colours of green and orange and white. It's really, today we've got for our catering, crew catering, we've got green and yellow armbands. Is that well, I said earlier, is that a sign? And John says no, it's a wristband, which I thought, yeah, taxi for Mackay. Massive oversteer from the Greisman car coming through Brunch and up towards Icecurve, a notoriously slippy part of the circuit.
But you know, the beauty here is the Greisman brothers have so much experience around the ring. So to see a car like this, as the track is getting more slippery, this is where their knowledge, their experience and their skill is really starting to come through. Got to pick his way through a gaggle of cars. It's not many a race you have an RSR getting tight on the tail of an Opel Kadett E Coupe, but round onto the tail, and they've got an Opel Astra of a later vintage in front. So it's just an extraordinary combination, but proper puddles on the left-hand side of the circuit, halfway around the lap. And so if you're not wary, the visibility is falling, the slip is going away.
Keep an eye on the gap between that green and white Porsche and the leader, because they've taken 4+ seconds, getting on for 5 seconds on this lap so far out of the leader. Wipers have gone back on, and that is, wipers in a race car is the last resort. You do not want the wipers on, particularly if you've turned them off, because the issue is it just smears the windscreen. Coming down to the end of the lap, the Kleiner Carousel, there's a dry line again. This is the Nordschleifer. Absolutely. In half a lap, a third of a lap maybe, the Greisman car, Peter, has seen the best and the worst. And we've got a Golf off the multicoloured machine on the Grand Prix circuit. This is the Kamai-sponsored H&R machine. The Stuber and Schmitz 149, sitting in 30th position.
You know, it's only when you start running through the race, you talked about late editions, you go down this enormously long list, 148, 15. No, that's not on my entry list, because we had so many cars added and obviously some taken away. That looks like a mechanical retirement, because it's gone glissading across the grass. But for them, fortunately, it is on the Grand Prix circuit. There is a little bit of space between them and the track.
And it's a big celebration this weekend, 50 years of the Golf. The Golf, you know, when I speak to friends who love cars, we talk about the Golf GTI and the Golf R and the R32 and just what wonderful performance machines. I had 2 Golf Rs, they were superb. But then you speak to friends who you think of cars as family transportation, getting to work, and they say, I love my Golf. It just does everything I need it to do. It's been the Swiss Army knife of cars for 50 years, and they're opening up this year, debuting the 50th anniversary Club Sport edition that's racing
in the race. Not been seen in public before this weekend, and a lot of Golf and VW enthusiasts very excited to see that car. So the leader on what looks to be a dry Grand Prix circuit. We've got just over 2 hours to go. So we are 1/3 through this race, and the Paul Sitting car is back to the front on our live and new for 2024 coverage of the Youngtimer Classic. John Hindhaugh, I didn't get me a cup of coffee today. I should have just left as soon as because I've just sat down and watched this. I can't tell myself
all my money, both of those pounds on that, John.
What you need to do, John, is put your headphones in, listen to us on RS1, go and get coffee, come back, and we'll bring you up to date.
I literally cannot take my eyes off them. There's a story on every car, isn't there? There's a memory on every car. That's why it's working so well. That car on the Hatzenbach at the moment.
Last time by, the leader, the BMW 16 635 CSI was 20 seconds faster than the second place car, the 63 Porsche 964, and 28 seconds faster than the Morgan Plus 8. So definitely, as the conditions have changed, the BMW 635 CSI has been very, very quick indeed.
Second fastest car in that leading group is the Griezmann Porsche, albeit it did lose a couple of seconds ultimately. It was much quicker through the middle part of the lap, but lost another couple of seconds to the leader. It's about a minute and 24 between that car, the green and white number 502, and the leader. But they clearly have some performance up their sleeves. I'd love to know what the tyre choices have been.
Yeah, and I'd also like to see where on the circuit they go back into the rain. They just went past Flugplatz, the camera swung round, and there's damp, there are little raindrops on the lens, but it doesn't look as though the track is wet there. But clearly, at about the halfway mark of the circuit, they go into proper rain, and already puddles. And
we should say that, and you'll understand, we don't have full camera coverage. The camera operators are doing quite enough work. Leader heading down in underneath the Yokohama Advan Bridge. It's been there such a long time, that advertising, and down through the newly resurfaced foxhole, and I think that's about the most that we've got out into the country, and it still looked a little bit dry there. We'll pick them up again at the carousel as they come back round. And we've got a couple of cameras out there as well. Huge investment, by the way, by the Nürburgring in running fibre optic cables all around the circuit, so that at various times you can just plug in the cameras to them, and it's transformed the coverage of all the events. Porsche 914 facing the wrong direction.
But when you're stationary, you don't want to be sitting right in the middle of the track on a fairly blind entry, just trying to pick up where that was. Is that around the ice back?
It's isn't that the Gallows Hill corner coming onto the
Galgenkopf. Oh yes, could be that.
No, it's further back, you're right.
Yeah. But again, he gave us a chance just to sight where the weather's the very worst. Some of the camera positions are up high, and in fact, that one was in the mist, where just a spin all on its own.
Nicely done.
The Porsche, but parked right in the middle of the track. 6.4? Double axle?
Yeah, 614. Reversed the front wheel lock perfectly well to get that car back and away. I do like a 914.
So do I.
Yeah.
For some unknown reason.
That is a 914-4, the four-cylinder version. 914-4, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that's
the Rottenberger and Rottenberger family outing. If you'd like the chassis number, it's 5457797 for those keeping score.
I think
that's right. Bingo, house.
No, I think that's probably their transponder number, actually.
Okay. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Originally marketed as a VW as well, of course, the 914. 914-6 with the wider arches. Brumos ran those cars in the States in bright orange, their original colour. Very nearly bought from Brumos. In fact, would have bought it. A black 9146 road car that Hurley Hayward showed me over a few years ago when I was looking around the old Brumos Museum before they moved.
I do like different. That would definitely tick that box.
And it was absolute. I buy cars, generally speaking, on interior condition, and this car was absolutely mint inside. Left-hand drivers they all were, with the six-cylinder engine. And unfortunately, with the pound was about $2 to the pound, as the 503 Porsche has a big slide, rather narrower tyres on the rear than I think those arches were designed for. The money that was being asked for it, as Mr. Hayward told me, I would have snatched their arm off. However, the owner had a change of heart and decided not to sell. And forerunner, of course, I suppose, the mid-engine car, forerunner of the Boxster and the Cayman in that respect.
Cars that haven't sold in any number whatsoever, have they?
No, didn't save the company at all.
So we talked earlier before about the Lada, the Natalie named Lada 21011, or the Fiat 124, not replica, continuation, if you will, racing in the jaunty, fairly famous livery of pale blue and orange, but maybe not going quite at the pace. You cannot squint and think, is that a Ford GT40, alas.
No. Some of those early larders, even the cars that went rallying, they were very, very difficult to drive because they don't have a lot of caster angle on the front end. And so when you get sideways and you're winding on the opposite look, if you absolutely have to, not on a car normally, you can just leave the wheel and it spins back to straight, and if you're good, you catch it and then go the other way. However, you have to turn it back on a car that doesn't have a lot of caster angle on the front end. I'm not sure why they thought that was a good idea. So there was all kinds of aftermarket kits to give you a little bit more caster angle on the steering arms.
That's Michael Weiss.
I don't know why I know that. Sorry.
I'm just sitting here rather worried, frankly.
Michael Weissenborn from Leipzig driving that Lada, the Lada 21011. That's not its transponder number, that's the model number. First built in 1970 based on that original Fiat 124 design. Of course, Leipzig was very much a centre of showcasing technology from the east, wasn't it? So you probably would have seen that car exhibited in Leipzig, of course, which is where Michael Weissenborn's hometown is on the entry list here.
So, having thought the Ford Mustang, the one and only Ford Mustang in this race, was struggling, I think it was just a greasy surface, because that car is still circulating, as John pointed out. It's a 3-hour race. We've crested the hour mark. We've got an hour and 55 minutes remaining, so quite a few drivers, because we've got some 3-driver lineups will be coming in to change. And as I say, then a VW Golf comes in to give one of its other drivers a go. But good to see that Ford Mustang notched back, the original body shape of the Mark 1 Mustang, the original Mustang, going quite nicely along the Dottinger Her, but I'd suggest that's possibly the best part of the circuit for it. Lots of grunt along that long straight, the little kink to the left, the rise into Tiergarten, and then up past the pits. But oh dear, we got a Renault 5 GT Turbo in a slightly battered front left corner situation, but still circulating. Fog light on the back of that, but that's clearly had a little bit of barrier contact, so limping its way back to the pits. White wave flag greeting it, so there's something travelling even more slowly. The driver's being warned of that as the Roost Westphal Renault is limping its way back to the pits. Can't see what the slow-moving vehicle is. It may well be another course vehicle. It may be the ones returning after clearing that fallen BMW, the flatbed truck, but I think that would have pulled off somewhere as soon as it could, so probably not that in this situation.
There's a little bit of smoke pouring out the car because the tyre, the front left tyre, is just rubbing on the bodywork a little bit, which is, I'm sure, maybe a little bit disconcerting for those following. We've also got just coming through
that turbo. That's a mid-engine car.
I think so.
That Renault 5. Yes, it is.
It's listed. I was just double checking. It's listed.
It's down as an 8220.
Yeah, I thought it was a Maxi 5 to start with, and I wasn't so sure.
Oh, 2 Opel coupes together on the Grand Prix circuit. Have they traded paints? At turn 1, it's the Foxtail Manta, flap, 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 and the Cadet coupe.
I think they just avoided each other.
They just avoided each other, but the little Cadet Coupe just looking so much more nimble. Nolta Motorsport entered car, and that was the one that was going very well at the front of the second pack of cars at the start of the race, and still being driven very nicely indeed. But the Foxtail Manta is called that because it has a fox's tail atop the aerial mounted atop the boot, flapping around in the wind and the rain. It does seem that little flurry of rain around about Bergwerk, Kesselsen, no place you'd bide if it's wet over there, does appear to have moved on. Getting a little bit brighter over the pits, but this is the part of the track that has remained dry since the start of the race. Looking still to see the progress of the Griezmann brothers. They were, as John pointed out, the second fastest car on the track last time around, and lap pace is now improving again. I think the course vehicles are off the track. The last lap for the race-leading BMW 635 CSI was 11 minutes 9 seconds. Its best lap was 5 seconds faster than that, but they had fallen away by some huge margin. And the Mantai liveried Porsche is giving chase. That's just a place change there, is it not? The Mercedes has lost 4th place. That's Ralf Schall's car. The Griezmanns last time round were 6th. This time, as they come up to complete another lap, they're up to 4th position. looking comfortable. The Mercedes can do nothing, but down the straight, the Schall Mercedes tucked in under that very large rear wing on the green and white Porsche, now up as they go through the kink before Tiergarten into 4th position.
Curiously, the Grossman Porsche Carrera RSR was very, very good on acceleration coming out of Galgenkopf and just cruised past the Mercedes. But once they hit the top end of the Dottinger hole, the Mercedes is actually coming back. I think that's down to the aerodynamics, because
it is.
The Carrera RSR, that is not the original bodywork when the car was new. That's got the 934 bodywork on it, which was designed for a car with 200 more horsepower. So it's not got the turbocharged horsepower to push through the air, and it's just very draggy. Morgan in the pits from the podium positions.
Yeah, so the Mercedes has also peeled into pits, having just been passed for 4th place. In from 3rd, Bock is handing to Funke. I have to see the belt straps to see is it Bock getting out and Funke getting on board, but so as I said, we just passed the
Bock in
1/3 point in this race, and it's a tight squeeze getting into some of these cars, and you realise the actual door opening is very, very small indeed on the Morgan, so drivers of any stature above miniature have to really fold their limbs around the steering wheel, get themselves, once they're back in the bucket seat, the interior space is absolutely fine. But Chris Bock on board, being strapped in. 1 hour and 50 minutes remain in this race. Track getting drier all the time, waiting to see what sort of pace our race leader will be setting. Schumann and Manthey. This is the BMW 635 CSI, started on pole on a greasy track, fell down the order, but as soon as the track started drying out, on they came. Still drivers having moments around the far side of the circuit, and a beautiful double pirouette. I'm not sure they enjoyed it, but the driver of the Lancia Beta Monte Carlo staying somehow on the black stuff.
Taking Lancia's rallying heritage to a slightly extreme degree there. With a narrow avoidance there as the Lancia rejoined another car coming around, and it was totally blind there for the driver, so it might look a little foolish as another spin for the Lancia Monte Carlo coming around the Bell of S's just after it got going. So to have 2 spins on the Nordschleife and not clip the barrier, go and buy a lottery ticket.
Well, absolutely, no, don't. You've used all your luck, but to recover from the track at the very next corner, go for rotation, but both spins, the second one was a half spin, he didn't end up in the grass. The first one, he might have had one wheel on the grass when it came to a stop, but a lucky moments. But the track, that still looked very greasy where he is, but the 964 driven by the Heiko Hammel car, 487 driven by actually his teammate Rudolph is driving that at the moment. He's now looking more and more comfortable all over again and starting to close in, I would warrant. Yes, definitely catching the race lead. I thought it had picked it up, but hold on, can that be the case? It was 40 seconds down. I thought I spied the BMW 635 in the lead of the race just ahead. Wait for the next timing interval, but certainly the direction of travel of that is it's been the Porsche 964 has been losing ground to our race leader. So no, misidentity from me, I'm afraid.
There's so many Porsche 911s out there, so easy to not be able to tell them apart. So tricky sometimes with what have we got, 190 cars in the race, roughly speaking.
And actually yellow was a really, really popular colour through the 70s and 80s for German racers on their Porsches, but that is circulating on the track, going really rather well. But yes, at the start of the lap, it was a 40-second deficit to the 635 CSI that's leading. It was catching a BMW, the 964, in second place, but not the one I was thinking of.
The 660 Lancia Zagato is still going, just coming around Arenberg at the moment, running quite far down the field, but running nonetheless. We've seen some far more powerful and, dare I say, exotic cars being parked up in the garage already as the Morgan's back moving again. This is definitely a podium contending car, the 215 Morgan. Michael Funke doing a superb job in that opening stint in changeable conditions, every lap different, and now Christian Bock on board, the man from Köln. He's not had to come far.
No, it hasn't at all. But now one story I think is brewing for the rest of this race. We haven't seen Rob Huff as yet. Marcus Menden, he's sharing with him. It's a 911 RSR. That started from 7th on the grid, and I think it's still in 7th place now. But once Rob Huff gets on board, no disrespect to Marcus Menden, that car will be picking up its skirts and really going for a run. So look forward to that. In fact, probably the wetter the better for Huff, but we will wait and see. Wet rain is definitely a possibility.
Hello to Right Turn Lover, who's tweeted in to us, hashtag RSS SL_N24 if you want to get in touch with us in the booth here, saying, are you in a Morgan or are you more on a Morgan? Like
point well made.
Yeah,
strapped to a Morgan, I would say, is maybe. Hello to Jean Chauvet.
I think you're wearing a Morgan, aren't you?
Yes.
You put a Morgan on.
Mr. Bock, that is Christian Bock driving the Morgan. He campaigned the Morgan in the main 24-hour race for many years until cars with running boards were outlawed. That's a great fact. Thank you.
Well done,
Jean Chauvet.
Was that 3 years after the riding mechanic was banned as well?
Yes, correct. In comes the bright yellow 135, one of the Audi 50 stroke Polo Mark 1s, I think. Yes, it is. The tacked on arches, it looks absolutely fantastic. Believe it or not, there was a one make series for the Audi 50 back in, you said they started in 1974, didn't you? Those cars. Mercedes, having gone around at turn 1, that's been the action area. The Louis livery of the 460.
The Golf, the Audi 50, they're just completing that pit stop. It's down on the entry list as a Polo, but it has an Audi front. I would imagine the parts are completely interchangeable.
Oh yeah, totally.
Like a lot of VW Audi Group cars still are to this day. Speaking to the team running the new Beetle RSR, as it's self-proclaimed as RSR.
Oh, RSR. Oh,
it's not an RSI Beetle. No, it's very much a silhouette. A silhouette, yes. And spoke to the crew, really, really friendly. And I said, "What engine is it?" He says, "It's a 2-litre turbo, front-wheel drive, 360 horsepower." So he says, "But next year maybe 4-wheel drive." He said.
Is that the A888 engine?
It will be. Yeah. That you find in all sorts of cars across the, including the Skoda Rally 2.
The Mercedes that had that trip at turn, the first corner, did very well to get it out the gravel.
But I mean, a great job. 2 wheels in the gravel, but actually quite deep. But just managed to somehow apply the power, not too much, just to get the grip. But the thing that actually made me laugh, not the spin. I don't laugh at things like that. One of the sponsors, Louis, long-time magazine sponsor for the cars, but underneath, Commodore. It tells you where you are in the world of computing and the age of the car.
Barely digital.
Yes.
Digital. And now that very Mercedes that had that spin has had to quickly look in the mirror as a Carrera RSR Porsche coming through number 501 in the Martini colours. And in that era, in the early 1970s, when there was very much a change of the guard at Porsche, Dr. Ferdinand Piech of the family left the business, and Dr. Ernst Fuhrmann came in to run the business. And Dr. Fuhrmann, his theory was that we need to promote our road cars. Our racing has to follow what we sell on the street. So that meant that the 911 became the base throughout most of the 1970s, 96 prototype aside, but that was a real change of character. And Martini were hugely involved. They were a great backer of Porsche racing at that time. But Martini, you must remember, Martini Racing Team was a team in itself. It was a collaboration effort with Porsche, and Count Gregorio Rossi was a huge, and his brother Vittorio, huge supporter of Porsche Motorsport.
And we think of the Martini liveries, of course, as the absolutely legendary stripes, either on a light colour car or on this one, on the darker colour car. It still works, by the way. But let's not forget the hippie car.
Yeah.
That was a Martini livery, and
the pink
pig was meant to be, but Count Rossi didn't want his. You've got your pink pig socks on this morning, Pete. They're well done. Count Rossi didn't want his name anywhere near that, and although there was some text put onto that car on race day morning, which was the cuts of meat. They weren't there in practice and qualifying. There was no Rossi Martini on that car at all. It was a step too far.
He didn't find it very funny at all. And Dino Iassa, a wonderful gentleman who ran Martini Racing for Count Rossi, he was very much on the marketing side. I had a great chat with him for an article I wrote recently, and I was asking about the origin of those Martini colours in blue and red, and he said actually we had the Martini International Club in London,
correct,
which was basically the Rossi family of Martini and Rossi loved members clubs, and there was a few of them in Turin, but they wanted to kind of have their own club and have that prestige in London, and of course any club in London needs a club tie, and they designed the colours for the club tie with that blue and red stripe. And when after they'd done that, they thought, well, let's see what it looks like on the cars, and it looked fantastic on the cars.
That is a sensational story. But then, of course, a few years later, after being with Porsche, they went across with Martini Brabhams with the red background, but it still was crisp.
Still works.
Wonderful. And then the connection with Lancia, the person that ran the Lancia racing teams, his name escapes me. Italian. Cesare Fiorio.
Thank you.
Goodness.
God,
He
my
he used to go on family holidays when he was about 14 or 15 with Count Gregorio Rossi. So that was where the connection with Lancia came in. Amazing. Martini, what they did for motorsport through the 60s, 70s, 80s. They were the first people to have a proper big hospitality at Le Mans. They moved the game on in their era. The Volvo into the pits.
Yeah, with a sort of Czech driver, Thomas Sankier, one of the drivers. We haven't really talked much about Alfa Romeos. We talked about the GTAs, but we got a little Alfa Sud TI. Of course, there was a one-make Alfa Sud series with the likes of Gerhard Berger crashing and bashing his way to the front. And, you forget, you have these moments where marketing people in various manufacturers go, come on, let's get a racing link, and it works for a handful of years, and the bean counters come in and go, no, we're going to stop all that fun. But it's a sweet moment for a driver when there's lots of promotion and presentation with the series, and if they can ride the wave, they can. Race leading BMW in the pits, because of course it's a three-driver lineup for Schumann and Olaf Manta. So Peter and Jürgen Schumann sharing that car, waiting to see who's on board next. Not quite so helpful looking through the opposite side of the car, but this 635 CSA started on pole, really struggled when the track was greasy, came good as it began drying out, and came in from a lead, we think, of about 40 seconds over the Porsche 964 of Rudolf and Heiko Hammel. That is still circulating on the track. 7 laps under its belt, and it's led 3 of those. As I said, chopping and changing with the 635 for the lead of the race, but certainly when the track was at its absolute wettest, it was in fantastic form for Rudolf.
Alex Brundle's here this weekend, and he's doing quite a lot of classic racing. In fact, his little racing team are racing without him, I think, this weekend, because he is here. And it's his dad Martin's birthday today, and I'm thinking Brundle in this race in something tasty would be great. This is the race I've always wanted to do on the Nordschleife. I missed an opportunity to get a full permit a few years ago with Aston Martin for reasons I won't bother going into, but it was basically just time constraints, to be honest. And I've rued that ever since. And however, this race, I'd love to do this race. Not in something hugely powerful and exotic, but a little BMW, a little front. I mean, I'm now looking enviously at the 309 GTI 16 and thinking, I think that would be quite nice. Go for a little run around in that for an hour and a half and swap over to a teammate. Something like that. Yes, please.
Just had a change of position there among the leading cars. We'd seen the Griezmann group car getting up into 4th place, but it's just been overtaken by another Porsche, the all-white 505 that qualified very well indeed. Obviously struggled a bit in the early laps, but now as they both go past the Corvette Stingray side by side in the Mantai Racing livery, the green and white Porsche really just trying to find a way back past. But the 505 has come sailing through with Michael Kuka on board. They've
both been battling it out for about a lap. They've been very close on the sector times. As the Griezmann car maybe potentially running out of a bit of a tyre, maybe if they'd started on wets and they're maybe starting to chew up. It's a powerful car, a mid 70s Carrera RSR, around 300 horsepower or so. So there's a lot of power to put down, but they're just coming into a double yellow flag zone in the Hatson back, the two wild bodywork machines, as there's a BMW just off to the right in the red and white, almost like a can of Frou paint scheme. Thank you so much of you writing into us here, hashtag RSL_N24. Thanks so much for getting in touch. Matt G says the only downside of this race is his brain goes, oh, look at one of those, I wonder how much they are, and then wanders off to the classifieds. What's
he bought so far?
Well, the racing bar stewards board said, could we just keep this going for an extra 21 hours, please, and ask the main race participants to come back tomorrow afternoon.
And do a 3-hour race.
Yeah, a sprint.
Just a sprint. It'll come down to that anyway. That's not a bad idea. Two Porsches together, heading up the hill here, Peter, and that's a change in position, I think.
They're switching back and forth, corner by corner here. The Manta Racing liveried car of the Greisman team, and the little bit more plainly liveried, but no less quick, number 505 Carrera RSR.
And I noticed we are getting more camera coverage out in the country now, so good morning to all of our camera operators. And this is a great way to do a little bit of testing as well, as we're having more cameras switched on. So the green car with the white and red stripe is the Manti coloured car. You can't beat a Carrera white RSR.
There's something very, very special about it, because it was a car, and for throughout its life, it was a car that you could effectively buy off the peg. And many, of course, teams, drivers funding their own program, they didn't need to put any sponsors on the car. So you do, when you see them in the Carrera white or speed yellow, the Roar team, they always ordered them in that speed yellow colour. Yeah,
often the only stickers they carried be those small ones along the bottom of the door that were the ones you needed to have as a bright yellow BMW rotates around and nose into the tyre wall, and that
550 that was, guys.
Car 550. Don't worry, it won't take long to find on the massive Tishner and
Sandler. Have you been in an accident? Well, yes, we have. Call Tishner and Sandler.
Yeah, but yes. But that's actually a very strong driver lineup, because they have a lot of Nürburgring experience, so that might be just a front left looking for suspension damage there. Certainly the nose is crumped.
That was the first shaped M3 that I ever drove. That car. First M3 that I ever drove was that shape.
The E36.
E36.
Yeah, mid-90s.
Yeah, in blue.
The thing also is this is a great prelude to the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring with Ravenol, because the conditions are changing lap by lap. There is bits of dry line, there's bits of wet, but it could change by the time you get right round the other side. This is just like a tarmac rally stage that goes in a circle.
It is, and when you're planning for the 24 hours, and looking at the weather maps, there is rain in the area, forecast at some point, but when, how much, possibly even if, you've got to factor it in. And the manufacturers whose cars haven't been going brilliantly in all dry conditions, that may just be what they're hanging on to. But very surprised to see that number 550 BMW looping around, missing the barriers, but then sadly hitting a tyre wall. Oh no, the Hillman Imp is being pushed clear.
You've been waiting for that, haven't you?
I've had it written down.
Yeah.
Lap 32. No, it's not lap 32, I can tell you. It's only the 8th lap of this race.
The Hillman Imp is on the Grand Prix circuit.
Well, it's behind the wall. It's off the Grand Prix circuit.
It's in the general vicinity of the Grand Prix circuit. Oh no.
Well, let's carry on with rear engine cars.
Curiosity.
NSU TT boot lid up for the cooling, a bit like on the little Fiat Abarths of the time. And that's still going, but unfortunately the one and only Imp in the race is out for now.
NSU, of course, a company with a great background in motorcycles as well, founded all the way back in 1873. They actually made knitting machines for the first 20 years of their existence. I think they were better at making cars than motorcycles. And then, of course, became part of Audi in 1969.
Yeah, but you...
The Auto Union.
Exactly, of the Auto Union. But you think about where some of the motor manufacturers came from. A lot of the Japanese ones in particular were manufacturers of everything. Sewing machines, whatever. Didn't seem to matter.
Pianos.
Pianos, yeah. You're thinking Yamaha there, are you? Right.
Yeah, there was a crack about that at MotoGP, because the national anthem was accompanied by a piano, and as somebody said, it's the first time a Yamaha's been in the front of the grid all season, which I thought was very good. Also, by the way, if we're talking about UK motor racing legends and their birthdays, Martin Brundle today, a couple of years older than Martin, a few years older than Martin, is Ron Dennis, who we were having a long chat about with actually in the Genesis as we were driving up yesterday or the day before. Ron Dennis's birthday today. When does he get his knighthood for all the good work that he's done, not just for British Motorsport, but particularly for those, what was it, 2 million meals or what it was that he got together during COVID for National Health Service members, and all the work that was done as well. Happy birthday, Mr. Dennis. I hope you're having a completely optimal day.
Yes, no point being sub today, but yeah, no. And when you drive between Woking heading towards the M25 and up to Heathrow Airport, you just go past the entrance of the most amazing motoring facility in the world, the cleanest by far. We've got legendary stories of the attention to detail. When it opened, I actually went to a press conference. I was telling John about this the other day, for the architectural press rather than the racing press, and Ron was just in his element because he's such a detail man, and the lighting units he chose that would keep uniform light through the day. So as it got darker outside, they'd adjust, and that was also to help the staff stay longer, if they'd be more productive.
No, very good.
But they had a V angle at the end of the lighting unit. It was exactly the same as the V angle of the Formula 1 engine they were using at the time. That won't excite many people, but to Ron, that was the sort of detail that he just adored.
All the Phillips-headed screws, the cross-headed screws, had to be exactly the same way, and all in the perfect cross. There was never, if a tile was cracked, it was replaced. You weren't allowed to lean on anything. Didn't like anything that wasn't perpendicular. But
if you've ever read Howden Ganley's stunning book, The Road to Monaco, his tale of coming up from Make Do and Men New Zealand, where they didn't have much racing equipment to play with, coming up and doing what most Kiwis did, knocked on the door at Colnbrook, could I work here? Yes, you can join our team of under 10 people here, the one that doesn't have a proper floor, it's basically rolled earth. You just forget that is the humble beginnings, but with that most amazing, brilliant racing driver, but a motivator of men extraordinaire, Bruce McLaren. He could do it, he did do it, and so just phenomenal that grew. But it really took Ron Dennis's push and an injection of money when he took over the team to take it towards where it's got to now. But a driven man and a birthday celebrator,
and fair play to Zach Brown, who took it on when it was somewhat in the doldrums, and it's taken a while. These things don't happen overnight. Even Zach Brown doesn't have a magic Rolodex, but McLaren seemingly, in F1 at least, on the upswing at the moment. And back at Le Mans this year as well, of course, in the LMGT3 category. Our Le Mans coverage starting next weekend, remarkably, with the Le Mans test on radiolemans.com and 91.2 around the circuit. A couple of Porsches being recovered, and still the Stippler and Scheer BMW continues on, 125th position. Now, has that car made a stop then? Because it was further up, it was 110th at one stage, I seem to remember.
It's got the wonderful retro Ravenol colours on the front, our title sponsor this weekend, in a almost kind of alternative Tunnocks tea cake style of colour.
Only you would have seen that, P-Mac.
Well, it's not even 11s yet, it's 1041s.
The inappropriately timed beverages, we've seen a few spectators already on the bankings taking part, so a Tunnocks tea cake is no problem. But imagine a blue Tunnocks tea cake. That's kind of what the Star Eve Sunburst colour, Herman Stippler car.
I need to talk to you about particularly Scottish snacks then with a cup of tea. Caramel wafers, right? Tunnocks took them on, but who was the original?
Not sure.
From Glasgow, it was Grey Dun caramel wrap. Beautiful old building on the outskirts of Glasgow that I used to go by when I was going up for my Scottish vacations when I was younger.
John has now moved on from small engine French cars to the architecture of biscuit manufacturers. I feel with an hour and a half remaining, there's plenty more to come from Mr. Heinkel. But let's see where we go. It's like a conversation with the late, great Neville Hay. You'd start with one question, you'd be off on a tangent, but a delightful tangent. Before you could guide him back towards the first point, he'd gone to the third, the fourth, a continuation. Nev, we miss you enormously.
We've lost too many good people since last Le Mans. Our Roll of Honour at Le Mans this year is going to be particularly hard. A lot of good friends on there. And Neville Hay was... Hang on, I've just looked up bon viveur in the... and raconteur in the dictionary, and there's a picture of Nev looking back at me for both of those entries.
curiously, in this, in the first part of this race, the BMW 508, the pole-sitting car, had to pit reasonably early compared to all of the Porsches, which are still going. They've been running for an hour and 35 minutes, and they've not had to come in for fuel yet. So could we see the BMW potentially have to do 2 stops, and the Porsches can do it on, well, the Porsches can do it on 1 stop because they're already past halfway.
Yeah, there's also another reason for that. There's a 3-driver lineup in the lead car, so they've all got to have a go. So you've got to have your 2 pit stops.
Yeah, good point.
Unless you want to be the one that tells Olaf Manta he's not having a go. I don't think so.
If he hasn't already. We haven't seen the world's fastest moustache yet.
Hey, look, you know you've made it when Haribo make a sweet in the shape of you. And that did happen. There was an Olaf Manta Haribo Chew sweet. And a Porsche 911 as well.
Which other drivers would make a good Haribo thing? I'm thinking the beer-flavoured one, which is in the shape of Jerry Marshall.
Oh, brilliant.
Put that out as a vote.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So we have got...
Pablo Montoya, Tonics tea cake, maybe?
120. I am absolutely certain that the next time I see Juan Pablo Montoya and I ask him, he will not know what a Tonics tea cake is.
Probably a good thing.
No. An hour and 25 and a half minutes to go. BMW in the pit lane is the number 526. Relatively standard looking car. Well, it's got the Evo spoiler, semi-Evo spoiler on the back of that car. And right behind it is a VW Golf. And then the Viant 914, the 914-6 in the Viant Boilers colours with the shell on there as well. Now, there you go. That was right up Bruce Jones's street, that car.
Up my Strasse. We're looking at a 2002 BMW. As I was talking before, BMW, so many of the race cars were white below and a different colour on top. Sometimes just the bonnet, sometimes the boot, and sometimes they'd run 3 cars all with a different upper colour.
Did you see how much room there was around that engine?
Absolutely.
By the way, so you could get in twin choke cars. They look like 45s or maybe 48s on that. Oh my goodness, mate.
They're doing a driver change there between Christian Jakobsen and Stefan Schreurs. They're running in Class 9, racing against quite a few other BMW 2002s. They're also racing against an Opel Ascona and also the Opel Manta A of Heinz Robert Janssen. Opel Ascona, that's another one. Won the a World Rally Championship winning car with Walter Röhrl in Rothmann's colours.
My first editor on Autosport magazine, I don't know if he ever got his wish, but when Walter Röhrl was in the habit of winning everything, he wanted the headline to be, after a rally, Walter Röhrl carpeting, because he crashed everybody else. But I think the chief sub, not that we had sub at that time, I'd have said, Q, save it.
Save it for the Christmas special.
Yeah. Oh, happy days. But, you know, the world moves on. But, for me, in this race, I don't know which cars I'm enjoying the most, but having been to a lot of DTM races in the time, we're looking back at the Louis-sponsored and Commodore computer-sponsored 190E Mercedes, but, of course, they had their own evolutions. The wings got larger, but it was just a brilliant base model. You know, it looked like a standard 190 saloon, but when you had that 2.3 Cosworth engine in, it used to be the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders test day at Donington Park. So you could take the manufacturers' cars around the circuit, but you could also drive them around the loop of the sort of Derbyshire, Leicestershire roads. And I remember that I started to know this route of roads. It was a lovely sequence of S's, and I was really pushing on us to the level of my pathetic inability. And I thought, gosh, I really am getting rather hot. That was the first time I discovered heated seats in the car. I obviously pressed the button inadvertently while floundering around, but the car was sensational. The balance was absolutely brilliant. I thought, OK, this improves the breed.
Not anti-lock brakes on there. That was cadence braking down into turn 1. Brake lock up off the middle pedal, and there will be a 3-pedal car. Back on again. Oh no, locked it up again. I'd forgotten that Commodore Computers logo. Morgan goes through just with the 2 wipers. 3rd wiper not required on the passenger side there.
No, not at all. And they're tiny little wipers. Why? Because the windscreen is very shallow from top to bottom, or bottom to top if you choose. But great to see. But once that rumble comes from that Buick-derived Rover V8 engine the Morgans used in the Plus 8, Of course, you could have the +4 as well, which looked just as nice, but clearly a different form of driving. But I certainly know which I would have preferred.
And still being made, pretty much in the same way as well. Newer cars from Morgan, but that is the classic with the cycle wings around the side, the faired-in cycle wings, and the very much sit up and beg front end with the headlights.
But one of the things...
Sort of on the wings, but still sort of evoking the headlights that just popped up and were bolted on there.
Well, do you remember the model they made probably in the late 90s where it looked as though the front end of the car had melted and the headlights sort of slipped down inwards?
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that was a cool car. Very cool car. I remember it being on the pack of top trumps that I had.
So, the beauty, that the top trumps, everyone is defined by what were in their top trumps pack. Obviously, you're considerably younger than me, but the fact is those cars were all special to you, and also inadvertently into your mind you popped a few stats, a few facts and figures that will remain with you. What was the 0-60 time with the Aero 8?
That I can't remember, although I do remember my dad saying to me, he said, Peter, if you could remember your schoolwork as well as you remember facts about cars from Autosport magazine, you'd be dangerous. Well, look at me now, Dad.
Yeah. I thought my dad had that. My dad had the copyright on that line. Never mind.
So mine was just, when are you going to get a proper job, son? Thanks, Tone.
Definitely getting brighter out. Oh dear. One of the DTM Mercedes has bent its front end. There's down in the gravel trap at the first corner. He's not in the gravel trap. He's obviously carried on to the tarmac runoff area. But unfortunately, BMW number 44545 is buried right at the back. Schneider Schmitz Wagner 325i has had contact. He's been effectively like the ball on a billiard table, being fired off into the gravel. And the 462 Mercedes 190e. Who hit whom? Well, the 190, oh my golly, I will take all blame away from the Mercedes driver. He was braking, about to turn into turn one, and as if from nowhere, from stage left, followed by Bear, came number 445 BMW right across the nose of one car, clattered into the nose of the Mercedes, and was the driver who ended up deep in the gravel. Now, was that a driver who was coming down at full racing speed for the first time at the end of their first lap after a driver change? Quite possibly. Must be said, though, the start of the race, we're in full dry, slippery track, and it's almost full dry on the Grand Prix loop at least. Round the back of the track, there was a little flurry of rain, but oh dear, rather unhappy driver getting out of the number 462 190e. A bit of smoke from the front end, but the damage, it was a clatter to the front right-hand corner. And rather disappointed driver walks away. Not just disappointed because his car's been damaged, but also the fact is that was probably just at the start of his stint, and you will want to race on the Nordschleife.
And you've prepared for it for so long. It's either Ralph Muller or Philip Alexander Vietin. Thumbs up, though, he's okay. Go to the marshals, which is, of course, the first most important thing to ask. He hasn't decided to go and have a chat with the driver of the BMW to say, would you be able to talk me through that one?
I did fear that, but then I suddenly remembered he's doing historic racing. We don't do that in historic racing.
So there's no punch-ups in the gravel? It's coming into the regulation.
Coming next year, yeah.
So a bit of recovery work to do. The John Deere tractor being brought into service to the turn one, a very deep gravel trap there, and it's definitely been the biggest hotspot of action, hasn't it?
Well, it has, but John alluded to something else. It's also where one of our cameras is most definitely mounted, and we're seeing the other ones opening up around the circuit through the course of this race. And bear in mind, the camera operators, the camera crews, have a rather long race that's coming up later today, so it's going to be a staggered amount. They will roll in and roll out. You might have a camera race operator there for 24 hours, but it's good as we're getting more camera angles coming in. But unfortunately, no camera angle can exonerate the over-enthusiasm or the lack of braking from the 445 BMW, because that was a corner comprehensively wrong, coming in about 30 miles an hour too fast.
The top four, the Porsche 964, the Strala Autosport machine, the 487, the 505 Porsche Carrera RSR, the Greisman Porsche RSR, and the Menden and Huff 911 RSR, none of them have pitted yet.
Yeah.
So that's a long stint. You think way longer than we'll see in the race later on. So an hour and 43 minutes trying to wrestle an old 911 around the Nordschleife. You've got to be fit to be able to do that.
And you'd think, why, if they're doing two drivers in a 3-hour race, why aren't you coming in at 1.5 hours? Then you have to factor in the fact best lap in this race is 11 minutes flat. 11 minutes 1 second now. That's the new fastest lap of the race, and the driver who produced that was one of the Griezmann brothers in that 911 RSR. In that battle with the 505, Michael Kuka has moved up into second place and pulled clear by not a great deal. But yeah, definitely the track drying all the time. We will go below 11 minutes, I'm sure, particularly with a certain Rob Huff about to take over the RSR that's running in fourth place. That's car number 485. Look out for that one when Rob gets on board, former world touring car champion.
Yeah, Rob, a superb driver in both modern and classic machinery.
Got his opportunity in. Oh, no, broken steering.
Yeah.
Straight at the wall. Rob got his opportunity through the SEAT Challenge, if I remember
he did
correctly. One of the first sort of televised reality shows. Dave Ward, now with Howden Haynes at Progressive Motorsport at Brackley, was heavily involved in that, and also Piers, who went on to Stracker and is now looking after Prema's IndyCar programme.
And if I remember rightly, that program involved living with a racing driver. That happened to be Jason Plato when he had his flat in Monaco. So Rob would have then lived with Jason in Monaco.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the stories?
Best not to even start considering that.
Jason Plato's book is a very good read, How Not to Be a Professional Racing Driver, tongue-in-cheek. And when you read what's in the book, you think, what was cut out of it? Because what's in
I
it
know
is
quite a lot of what wasn't in it. Joe Bradley and I lived some of that.
Did he include the story about the car being popped over his garden wall?
The bits of the car.
The bits of the car.
That he did, yeah.
Over a season, Dave, you're a listener, he had a few incidents in, that would have been a Renault days,
wasn't it? Exactly. British Touring Car Championship.
Laguna days. And whilst he was he bought Heinz Harold Frenson's house just outside of Oxford, and whilst he was away on holiday, his mechanics gathered up some of the bent parts, and there was pretty much the silhouette of a whole car that ended up in his back garden when he got back home again, which I'm sure he was delighted about.
Problem for former race leader, the BMW is being towed by the Volkswagen Tiguan course vehicle. Oh dear. So this is the Olaf Manta car. The 508 BMW 635 CSI is being towed along the Stefan Bellofest. The hazard warning lights are on the rear of that car. That contender for the overall race win, gone.
I will take the blame for that. It was equivalent to going with a stopwatch. You go, I'll time this car on this lap. Obviously, it's a long lap. I wanted to see what pace it was going to do. It had its out lap after the pit stop, and obviously that included the pit stop time. It made it 13 seconds. I thought, let's see what Jürgen Schumann can do. Olaf Manta was going to be doing the final stint, but doesn't look as though that's going to happen, and being pulled off at the side of the circuit, the first chance they could get the car to a gap in the wall. When I say the car, it was the BMW 635 CSI that started from pole position. It was looking better and better, particularly as the track was drying out, and they just need to move the course vehicle out of the way, and that will be pushed away. So the first of the cars to pits from the front runners. Have we still got the top four runners without a pit stop to their name? Yes, we still do. So that had fallen to fifth place from the lead of the race. I wanted to see what pace it was picking up with the second of the Schumanns on board, and it's not going to provide me with that opportunity, I'm afraid. And out goes one of the favourites.
That's such a pity, and we don't get to see Olaf Manta at the wheel either. However, the fans, so the car is being pulled in to a gap in the fence just on the exit of Flansgarten, which is just past an area where there's a huge number of fans and campsites, what have you. So those fans there, they're going to get an early morning treat to be able to get a close-up look at that 635 CSI BMW. What a pity, the pole-sitting car being pulled away. But boy, oh boy, do we have a motor race on, because the top three are covered by 6.6 seconds. Now, they say that classic racing is it spreads out and becomes a procession. Not a bit of it. Not a bit of it.
No, it doesn't. Almost the better, the higher the calibre of cars, the better the preparation is. Fewer drop out. Big shame to see that BMW 635 as one of the retirements of the race. A shame to see the 190E, which was car number 462, which we saw knocked out down at the first corner. That's behind the ball with a rather disgruntled driver leaning at the front, and the car that assaulted it, the 445 BMW E36 being pulled away as well. So this could be the moment of the unfortunate. Do I go and talk to you, or do I just continue to fume now I've taken my helmet off? So there are a few fallers. Inevitably there would be mechanically, but inevitably when you start on a greasy track, do have a flurry of rain and then continue on your way, that you may have some moments. That has been one of them. But it does mean the 487 is leading the race, which is the Porsche 964. It started right at the sharp end of the grid, and it's still Rudolf as the driver of that. He's running with Heiko Hammel, and Jürgen Rudolf, to give him his full name rather than just his surname. So many cars to scroll through on the entry list. The timing screen doesn't even cover it. The first 38 cars on our lead screen, therefore we could potentially fill the best part of 5 enormous timing screens. We started with 189 cars out of a 202 car entry, and we've still got the vast majority of them, so plenty of drivers out there. And one of the things, PMAC, is the fact that you think, I haven't heard of this driver, I have heard this driver, because so many of them actually have a lot of experience with the Nürburgring Nordschleife, because they can race here in this category, or these many categories. There are 3 historic support races here. A lot of these drivers take part in the Nürburgring Langstrecken races, and a lot of them have a big, long history in the Nürburgring 24 hours as well. So experience is something you might think a lot of them don't have, but they certainly do. Do they have experience, a lot of experience in each of these cars? Maybe not. But there is a very good, strong historic racing scene in Germany, so they do get a lot of track action.
And that's the thing that strikes me always when you go down the entry list for the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours in the Nürburgring. 130 cars, 3 to 4 drivers in each car, and the percentage of drivers who have won their class here, I would say it's over 50% of drivers in the race have had a class win, or indeed, and then there's a much more exclusive club that have won it overall, but names that you wouldn't necessarily know it out with. But the Nürburgring Nordschleife is such an all-encompassing circuit that it has its own championship that runs all year round. What other circuit could say that?
No, exactly. And if you do that, you will have got to experience all forms of race, all forms of weather, from snow to sleet to sunshine, and then fleetingly rain. But ironically, this year the NLS and the Nürburgring 24-hour qualifier races have all been in the dry, almost unique. But it must be getting drier, because I just got a new fastest lap of the race. Ralf Schall, third place, 10 minutes 50.214. So he suddenly found, I think it's he's found 11.5 seconds over the previous fastest lap of the race, which was set by the 635 CSI that has pulled off the BMW that was leading in the hands of Jürgen Schumann, who was about to go back in the lead because it had served the first of its pit stops, and the 4 cars that were behind it moved ahead by dint of not stopping. They still haven't pitted. And how many laps? We've got 9 complete laps on the board. I do feel a 10-lap stint will be more than plenty. An hour and 10 minutes remain in this race, but it's Porsche as far as the eye can see. First, second, third and fourth, and now up into 5th place goes Ralf Schall in the Mercedes that's absolutely flying. His split times in each and every single one of the sectors around this lap, he's taking time off all of the cars in front of him. So suddenly, having been a long way out of the picture, look out for 557. Also looking to see when 485 comes in. That's the 911 RSR that Marcus Menden has been driving. Is he going to actually give a go to Roll Path? I think he ought to. They're in 4th place, but we will see.
You really would want to maximise. This is the thing with you know, the owner and the professional, where it's a balance of, obviously you own the car, you're paying the bills, to be really blunt. You want to get the maximum time, but then you also want to win. And yet there's a balance there, and certain owners have different views of it. Some owners they want to win and they maximise the professional driver's time, and others want to get the maximum enjoyment out of being out on track on their own. But there's no right or wrong answer. That's the accessibility that's opened up with classic racing in particular. That's the first lap time we've seen sub 11 minutes and 10 seconds under that 11-minute barrier for Ralf Schall. And don't forget, that car has nowhere near the straight line speed that the Porsches or even the big BMW did. So you know, that means he's going really quick around the twistier parts. The BMW and the Mercedes that came together at turn 1, currently a debrief going on of what happened.
Yes, and again, the reading of the body languages, the apologies coming from the BMW driver, but still finding it quite hard to take. The Mercedes driver not looking entirely in acceptance, but I'm afraid he was absolutely the innocent party in that lovely 190E, and you know, he must have seen this sudden blue flash coming just considerably faster and couldn't get that. Now the explanations have been completed, so a pat and a handshake. So Good. You know, it's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Things can happen. I'm afraid it did happen, but a handshake and, you know, maybe a little bit of financial recompense will make things the sweeter.
That's the true spirit of racing, isn't it? You go, you hold your hands up, you say, sorry, my fault, and you know, a true racer would say, yeah, that happens. I've done it before. I think if you've raced for a long time, you've probably done it to somebody else at some point. So yeah, it can be, it can happen.
And as long as it's a lesson learned, that's the whole thing.
Yeah,
in fact, the Mercedes driver is now just waving his hand, going, yeah, okay.
The top three still covered by, well, they were on the last lap covered by 6.6 seconds, so really tight at the top three. Porsches, the 487 Strala car, which actually has just set its fastest lap of the race, but not the fastest lap of the race, a 10:55 for the Strala car, slipping and slithering, sliding out of the chicane, putting that power down, and it's got some serious boogie down the straight, that 964. I remember Jeff Fort telling me the 964 rally car, which he used to do Pikes Peak around that time, he got a special engine from Andile.
I think you have to say the legendary Porsche driver, Jeff Swart.
Jeff Swart, I think that goes without
his
saying.
Contract, isn't it?
Yeah. And he got an absolute space shuttle engine from Andile. So there are some seriously hot engines you can get that works in that car.
Right, just a news flash. The Manta liveried Porsche, the Griezmann brothers, in the pit lane. That means that the race leader has continued, which is the Rudolf Hamel car we were just talking about there with Peter. It's being driven absolutely beautifully by Jürgen Rudolf. It was fantastic in the opening lap of the race when it was wet and slippery. But right now, again, maximum attack. But he's going on. He'll only have an hour left when he served his pit stop.
That car has been towed back. No news from our pit team on the ticket what's caused that. What I will say, if you're listening to us around the area and thinking to come in, it is absolute mayhem outside. No further cars being allowed into the day facility car park at Adenauer Forst. Long traffic jams all around the Nürburgring entrances at the moment. So if you're hanging back just after 11 thinking you've got plenty of time to get in, you might want to rethink that at the moment, particularly if you haven't got a booked car park and you're just hoping to get into some of the day car parks. They are already busy. Not all of them are being used completely because of the weather and how sticky some of them are. So that will have an effect as well. But it's mainly because I think we're going to top the 235,000 people that we had here last year as we head towards the last hour of our warm-up. It is the ADAC 24-hour Classic.
There's big movement on in the pit lane. Two of our top four in the Menden and Huff 911 RSR in from second place. The Griezmann 911 RSR also in the pits, but the fastest lap of the race by a good margin, 10 minutes and 44 seconds from Ralf Schaal in that Mercedes. And remember, he has pitted, so he's good to the end of the race. Ralf Schaal in a seriously underpowered Mercedes 190 could be on for the win here potentially.
Well, right at the start of the race, when things were absolutely horrible in that opening lap, Ralf gained about 5 positions by the first corner, a couple more by the hairpin. Alpha 1750 pulling off at the side of the circuit, but as the race leader goes through. But certainly that Mercedes looking more and more comfortable out on the circuit. Still the pits being very busy indeed. This is a 3-hour race at the ADA 24H Classic. One of 3 historic support races, but the longest one, as I say, multi-driver race. But it was a BMW race with the Porsches in the supporting act, but now it's a Porsche race, but with the Mercedes closing in for the kill. Wait to see at the end of this lap how the gaps have come down, but every single timing beam seems to be broken with an improved best from Ralf Schaal in third place. The 557 BMW, one of the glorious 190Es, very understated cars. I mean, what made them stand out was their race liveries rather than their body shape. They didn't jump out and look sporty, but it was a car that was right from the moment it was launched. And of course, epic scraps over the years with things like the Ford Sierra Cosworth, the RS 500, just fabulous days. But that was when the DTM, for example, was for touring cars. And I really heartily hope it's come the way of GT3. I think Germany does need a touring car series again. The world needs a really, really good touring car series again.
The Greisman car wins the race on pit road. The Greisman Carrera RSR back out onto the circuit as the Menden and Huff car still in the pits. Massive lockup for the Greisman car coming out of the pits on cold tyres into the downhill tight right-hander of turn 1. But Ralf Schall out on track, going up the hill, out of Flugplatz and down towards Schwedenkreuz. Now, he doesn't have the straight line speed, but boy, oh boy, does he have the lap time.
He really does. His engine just not wavering as he's going through the exit of the Hatzenbach sweepers, and past the Porsche 911 though, it was standing still. Ralf Schall really pressing on. I think as it gets drier and drier, his confidence is rising. Nobody immediately in front of him. His only enemy, frankly, is the track. It's bank markers. They've been very, very good so far, very, very precise. Still low-hanging cloud, but the pace with which he's pressing on means he's definitely going to be closing in on those in front. Still waiting for one car is yet to pit, which is the 505. That's that white RSR. Has that surely not come into the pits? Michael Kugel's going very well in at one point, fighting against the Manta livery, the 502 Porsche. Had a really good scrap for about 2 or 3 laps. We very much enjoyed that. But
leaders not made in yet, though, have they? The 487, the car that's leading at the moment, the 964, that's still with an hour, just under an hour to go.
2 hours of running on a tank. That shows you actually the fuel economy too of and the size of the tank. Finally, the Menden and Huff car is on the way, but gave away a lot of time in the pits there. So Rob Huff has got to really get a wriggle on here if that speed yellow Porsche wants to be in with a shout of winning this classic. Now, Ralf Schall has won his class before at the Nürburgring 24-hour race. He's won many races in the NLS, but hasn't won the Youngtimer before, as far as I can see. So this would be an amazing performance, and as I said, in a car that's very much underpowered compared to the big Porsches.
Yeah, it should be very interesting. I think with Rob Huff, they just held him back. They didn't feel it was enough of a challenge if they let him out of pits quickly. So, some drivers are red meat drivers, and I think Rob is very much one of those. Actually, that really underplays. He's all the time. John was talking about him, Rob Huff, doing the SEAT Challenge, then getting the British and World Touring Car Championships. But he always raced the family MGB in historic meetings all the way through. I think it kept him really quite grounded, but we'll see how this unfolds. He's got an hour to play. He does many races that are way less than an hour and can still make a huge impression. Watch him increasingly in all sorts of cars at the Goodwood Revival and members meeting. So he does love his historic racing.
I think it's part of a modern day driver having that adaptability, having that extra suite of ability. You can seriously raise your profile as a current, not just a past driver, a current driver. If you put on big performances at places like the Goodwood Revival, Le Mans Classic, you raise your stock as a driver, full stop. Not a classic driver, a driver.
And you know what? It's always interesting to me when you get a driver who's been invited to drive something old, as they think of them, and they go to historic racing, they've never possibly been to one before, and then suddenly they go, oh. And that you can see some recalibrate, some really get it, some were brought up in families who have an enormous motor racing history. I mean, the ultimate example is the Franchitti brothers. I mean, there's no way they wouldn't understand racing, but by golly, do they understand racing. And also the man on television with the most knowledge in the Formula One pit box, commentary box, is Karim Shandok. He's a third generation. I met him when he, Indian racing family, I met him when he was about 8. I went out to the Madras Grand Prix, and there was this boy pulling my trouser leg saying, I want to work for Autosport one day, and it was young Karim, and he hasn't stopped talking since. But he knows his stuff just to an nth degree, but it's also the appreciation of the machinery you're racing. It's not just a red car made by Ferrari or a Maserati. They know full well what
you've got to contextualise it, haven't you? And not just in the racing sense. That's one of the things I love about Richard Williams' book on the first 100 years of Le Mans.
It's exceptionally good.
He's a very good writer on any subject, and particularly any sport. Obviously, those who grew up when I did will remember what he did on TV for music as well. But the 100-year Le Mans book, is not just, oh, and here's what happened and here's the winner. It's a story of what was going on in the world at the time and why this person was important to the race, because they'd gone off and fought in the war and they'd come back. And by the way, let's not forget the memorial to the French resistance fighters and the background to why the race had to move when the student riots were on, etc., which some of which you'll know if you're a Le Mans fan, but a lot of which you didn't, and sent me looking to find out more about some of these people. I found out, for example, that my football club chairman had a great-grandfather, I think it was, that ran in the race, one of the Louis Dreyfuses. And it's like, hang on a minute, he's our chairman. And, that youngest chairman in the Football League, by the way. And it's that sort of thing that brings it and gives you a new excitement for a subject that's, I've been involved with Le Mans working at Le Mans since 89, you a lot longer. It gives you a new excitement and a new reason to delve down and find out more.
Well, I'll tell you an example. I started it the second it was launched. I got it in hardback form, Richard's book. I haven't got past the early 1950s because I've gone off, put the book down, gone off to do some research to join the dots.
Yes, correct.
And it just adds layer upon layer of excitement. I'm at the point where I just like to suddenly find a new nugget. I was talking to a photographer yesterday who was explaining the first Eiffel Rennen, of course, were before this circuit was built on
the public roads,
and it was held at Nürburgring, halfway between here and Spa-Francorchamps, so heading right to the western border. And he's explaining that very first poster you see for the first race. People always think it's the Nürburgring because there's a castle in it. It goes, no, that was Schloss Nürburgring. And just silly little things like that. It just delights me, and it just adds other colours on the palette.
One of the reasons that the track was built, and as we were talking about earlier in the week, reflects the style and the character of the roads, is because you had people complaining that these Eiffel Rennen were running past their front doors and these awful noisy smelly things were going by them. And then of course there was the thought about the economic advantages as well. Right, leader is in the pits, Peter.
Leader in the pits, the Strala Autosport liveried Porsche 964, pitting, driver change going on. Great stint there from Jürgen Rudolph. 2 hours and 5 minutes at the wheel. Heiko Hammel getting installed behind the wheel of that rear engine machine. The mechanics just having a look on around the front of the car where the radiators and cooling equipment will be. But that was a 10-lap stint. So what are we talking?
11-lap stint.
11-lap stint, excuse me. So we're talking nearly 300 kilometres on a tank of fuel.
Yeah.
That's remarkable.
I'll get 40 miles to gallon out of my Porsche, in fairness, probably not at the speeds that these guys have been driving. I wouldn't have been at the cruise round in 7th gear all day. Well, actually, I probably would have. I just wouldn't have been competitive.
Yeah, might have stayed on the island. No, maybe not. But no, I mean, for someone to do, most historic races aren't terribly long. An hour is normally the max. So this is really unusual. So why would a driver not want to go for it and see how far they can go? I think it's great. But these pit stops now look very slow.
The longer that the mechanics are paying attention to the front of the car, the more my concern rises ever so slightly. Jürgen Rudolph getting a little bit more animated, saying, come on guys, I've just driven my heart out for over 2 hours and we've got a race to win here. Brand new Michelin tyres being prepared now. We're going to get a look now.
Oh yeah, threaded tyres coming off,
so
slick tyres going on. And I was just looking, PMAC, at the best lap that car had done, the 10-minute 55. So that also got under the 11-minute mark, but the fastest lap of the race is a wee bit quicker than that. They're down into 10-minute 44s. In fact, 2 consecutive laps in 10 minutes 44 from Charles in the 557 Mercedes 190. The car that went towards the front, fell back down the order, and as it's got drier, has absolutely flown. That was one of the earlier ones of the front runners to pits. And alas, the first of the front runners to pits was the pole starting 635 CSI BMW, and that's pulled off the circuit and been removed. So the favourites are falling, but it's definitely looking as though it's going the way of Charles in his Mercedes 190E.
great stuff to see one of the Greismans coming over to congratulate Jürgen Rudolph on his amazing stint behind the wheel and to make those tyres last. You know, they're wet weather tyres. Yes, we started off in the wet, but we're well beyond that now. That would explain the angles that car's been pulling at certain points. As the 557, now this is Ralph Schall's in the pits. 557, Ralph Schall is in the pits and being pushed and is on the way. I think he just needed a top up of fuel. So that's more of a sprint racing car that doesn't have the same fuel mileage, and Ralph Schall is on the move now and he's going to take the lead.
I just wonder
of the race.
I just wonder if they're going, how much fuel did he put in when he had his first pit stop? Oh, well, it's a quick pit stop, very good, but we need him back in again. I don't know, I'm just trying to consider a theory, because he's certainly not lack for pace. Why would you come in again? We've got what's left, 52 minutes remaining in the race. He has the fastest lap of the race, not once but twice. 10 minutes 44. The next best lap in the race is oh, hold your hat, 10 minutes 35. Scroll across. Even Giacomo, Swiss racer, contemporary racer, GT4. He's sharing with the 488, another 964. Very, very popular car in this race. That started down in about 10th or 11th place. Hasn't risen a lot, but even Reggiani, another Swiss driver, has stepped out of his car, entered by Redback Racing, and even Giacomo is absolutely just scorching up the field.
And that is a Carrera Cup car. That's not that's not an RSR or a GT2 or a GT3. That is a Carrera Cup machine. So a lot, and at those days, much closer to the road-based product.
Just noticing, by the way, that the Stippler and Yves Scheer car, the 2002, number 603, has cracked the top 100, but is in the pits for the second time. So we'll be making its final stop with 51 minutes to go to the checkered flag.
Well, I think we've seen treaded tyres coming off, slick tyres coming on, and you normally think the fastest times will come at the top. I've just found a lap, 10 minutes 14 seconds.
Wow.
And that is the 501 RSR Porsche 911 in 12th place overall. Andre Kunkel from Bedburg. So he has definitely got all the right tyres on, all the right setup, and only now is the Strala Motorsport Porsche, the car that had moved into the lead of the race, number 487, getting going. That is a real case of how long did the pit stop take? How many pages blew off your calendar?
That could cost them the race. That's really disappointing, I would say, for Strala Autosport. I say for the Strala Autosport liveried machine. Not them running the car, of course. But on slicks now, on a fairly dry track, so a lot of work to do. Now, we won't get the running order until they next come round on the line. We're only getting the overall positions when they come over the start and finish line. So we'll have to wait about 10 minutes till we know exactly where everyone is. But as soon as we know, we will bring it to you. 49.5 minutes left on the clock, and we have a race on. And unfortunately, we have a spin for one of the many Astras in the field in Grello colours.
Yes.
Going around by heading towards Flansgarten. And just loses it as the rear comes around, the 335. Oh, just kisses off the barrier.
It was a brush of the cheek, not a kiss.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on to your hats. It may be in 5th place, number 485, bright yellow 911 RSR. I said, watch out for Rob Huff. Bang! Sector 1, fastest anyone has done so far. Best lap that car has done so far is 11 minute 14 second lap. I reckon Rob might be able to take best part of a minute off that once he's out.
Thank you to you all tweeting in #RSL_N24. Thank you to Jean Chauvet saying Ralph Schall did win the 24-hour classic in 2022. Thank you for that, Jean. Dan Vitali says there's been 2 words that have lived rent-free in his head over the last couple of days. Breakfast schnitzel. Please post photos. Well, but we will have to purely for that purpose. Tommy G says fantastic coverage of the classic race from the Nürburgring this morning. Thank you. There isn't a car out there that I wouldn't want to do a lap of the Nordschleife in. The variety is superb and would happily just go to see this race with the bonus of the 24-hour. Couldn't put it better myself.
No, it is, and I think within that's absolutely spot on. You can sort of, if you've got a bit of car oil in your blood, you can sort of imagine pretty much what each of these may feel like around here. Of course, whether they do feel like that on a greasy track that they set out on might be quite another thing. But just looking at the Porsche 964, it has looked so balanced. Good to see it's got going again, which is the 487 car, but I'm afraid for Rudolph and Heiko Hammel, the lead will not be theirs anymore. That was a long pit stop. Now, going down the order, Alexander Kolb is really flying. He's moved up into 6th place. That's in a 964 Cup car. Patrick Simon was racing that early on, but he's in pit lane duties for the 24 hours. Great racing, German racing family. In fact, we were talking earlier about BMW M1s, and he's got one of those in his stable, and he races that on his odd weekend off. But TV World takes over. But Alexander Kolb has taken over for Patrick Simon. They're in 6th place. I think their best lap, 10 minutes 37. That is quick. We are again to get into under the 10 minutes. In fact, we just have, because the driver, it was car number 501, the white RSR that was going so well, started near the front of the field, is really flying. It's 9 minutes 50 something. It's just gone off my screen.
9:45.
9:45.
Wow. So the times are just, well, they're plummeting as we head through and now with a fully dry circuit. How much this track has evolved over 2 hours and 15 minutes of running, that is going to give us a real taste of what to expect later on in the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours in the Nürburgring.
Entirely, and a lot of these lap times can improve in great increments when you've got slow zones cleared. But actually, this race, apart from the tyre wall having to be reshaped out at the exit of Flugplatz, and also the stricken BMW taken away on the flatbed, a few other cars being towed in, it's been pretty clear. But I do sense that we're getting far more clear track. But the fact that someone can get under 10 minutes is impressive. To do it 15 seconds under is quite astonishing. But I'm waiting for Rob Huff to finish his first flying lap out of the pits in the 985, the number 485 car he's showing with Marcus Menden. It's a 911 RSR. He's very quick through sector 1, faster than anyone else, and halfway around the lap, I reckon, well, he'll be under 10 minutes, I would think. Whether he can get down to a 9:45, we will see. But I think if someone can, he can.
A lap of 9:45 in still nowhere near ideal conditions. There's damp patches all around the circuit. Yes, it's dry tyres, but you've got to be so careful. That's coming on for a 50-year-old car. A Carrera RSR, it debuted actually on the Tour de Corse Rally in 1972, was the first Carrera RSR, and all of them know the Foxtail Manta. No, the Foxtail Manta, an almost identical replica of the Foxtail Manta, has been brought along in the spectator bankings. I thought that was the Foxtail Manta race car that had been pulled away. No, the Foxtail Manta replica is a spectator has brought along a Manta road car that's almost an exact copy.
It's got the Foxtail on the rear aerial, it's got a race number on the door, but unusually cars don't get dragged that far back unless they've... Actually, there is an opening in the wall there. It could be, but I don't think they're to drag it in that point. Anyhow, we will see. That's near the Stefan Beloff S, but we do get tribute cars, or semi-tribute, but that is, you say, at least a 95% tribute of the Manta that raced up until a couple of years ago in the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, but didn't have Volker Streichek. He's somewhere else racing.
We can confirm shall we say, the real Foxtail Manta is just coming out of the carousel at the moment. There's a shot. The Foxtail Manta coming through the carousel. That's the Nürburgring 24 in a snapshot.
But that is also fantastic TV direction there, because you haven't got cameras on every corner. You won't with 72 corners, but to know where on the circuit is. Also, when you get one of those circuit trackers and you go in and you try and find where a car is, it's still among 150 other runners. So hats off, and the car is still going. So firm fan favourite, not at the front end of the field, but the important thing, it is still in the field.
And huge respect to the fan that's built an incredibly good replica or tribute to the Foxtail Manta, driven it here or maybe towed it here to join in the festivities. And they really are festivities here at the Nürburgring 24-hour race week.
Think of the great endurance races. You think of the Daytona 24 hours, you think of Le Mans 24 hours, you think of here, the Spa 24 hours. But when you realise a lot of the fans, they go year in, year out, but here, to me, is where you get the best fan encampments. They build log forts. You know, think Davy Crockett. They built one like that. It's got a stage, it's got a hot tub, it's got a dry ice machine. They've got massive ghetto blasters. But last year, I went out at Hatzenbach, and there was a hot tub raised up so you could look down on the track, and people were sitting there with cold beers, watching the racing, semi-watching the racing. You know, for a 24-hour race, you've got time of plenty. I thought, that is doing it in style.
That's the dream, isn't it? Sitting in the hot tub with a beer, watching the cars come through the Hatzenbach.
Who needs a tent?
Modern day SP9 car coming through there is a very, I mean, it's a joy to watch. But the classics and some of the way that these more highly powered Porsche 911s have been driven, they're certainly expressive machines to watch. It's a real shame we've lost that front-running BMW 65 that we were going to see Olaf Manthey rolling back the years. But that's we're going to see that with no doubt later on, where the very latest cars have got are going to have issues as well as the classics.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we had a little bit more variety at the front, because it really has gone Porsche's way. Yes, we've got Ralf Schall, who was absolutely flying, but he made a second pit stop in his Mercedes 190e ex-DTM car. But as you pointed out, and he's now moved into the lead of the race, in fact, because of that long pit stop for the Rudolf Heiko Hamel Porsche 964. That has dropped back into second place, waiting for that to come through and see if it is in second place, or has it fallen back behind the Griezmann car. We know the Griezmann 911 was very quick in and out of the pits relative to the Rudolf Hamel car. Yeah, in fact, the Griezmann car has moved into second place, 17 seconds down on the race-leading Mercedes of Ralf Schall. Waiting to see if Rudolf Hamel could even hold on to third place.
Well, the pit stop took an eternity.
It did.
As you said, you needed a calendar to measure that pit stop. It could have been that the tyre, they needed to change the tyres, the others didn't, because maybe the tyres were finished, having been wet weather tyres, and it had gone dry.
Entirely. It also looked slightly slow at taking the tyres off, but I think that wasn't the real delay. But a car that has now moved up into fourth place is one we haven't even talked about. How's that? 551, a BMW E36 Coupe, Girona Motorsport, and that is that in real fourth place. It's certainly fourth on our charts. It's certainly... Hold on a second. That's another car that's had a second pit stop. Interesting days. And the Menden Huff car is now up to third place, 9 minutes 52. Come on, Huffy, you're 7 seconds off the pace. Let's see what he can do on his second flying lap. But
and 45 seconds to find on second place. So your top three now, we can confirm, is the Frank Schall-driven Mercedes-Benz, former winner in 2022. The Griezmann's Porsche is in second, the RSR with the Manthey livery. Then it's the Menden Huff Speed Yellow 964 RSR. And we're waiting to see who comes through in fourth, whether it's going to be that 487 Strala Autosport Porsche 964. But it's lost a huge amount of time, despite me running that long stint, that great hero stint there. And you could see with one of the drivers was the 487 getting quite animated at the pit crew, saying, "Come on, guys, I've just driven." It was Jürgen Rudolph. He was really getting quite animated, thinking, "I've tried everything," and then it's getting thrown away in the pit stop. But that's motorsport. That's endurance racing. Everyone's got to do their bit.
And having mentioned the Girona Motorsport BMW that we hadn't talked about, number 551 had risen to fourth place. That was a false dawn. He was there by dint of actually having just been in the pits. He's fallen back down the order. Rob Huff now picking him up on the screens. Bright yellow 911 RSR, sharing with Marcus Menden. He's coming up the hill towards the Vidal chicane on the Grand Prix circuit. A couple of cars to pick off. A Renault 5 GT Turbo. Hopefully will stay out of his way as he turns in. Yes, he does. But Rob Huff, as you pointed out, 41 seconds in arrears from the Griezmann 911 RSR. Similar car, but last time around 15 seconds faster. So he's got time to catch it, get up into second place. And quite frankly, let's see the continued pace, or the pace next time around, from Ralf Schall in the race-leading Mercedes, because he's just served that second visit to the pit, so we won't get an accurate pace from him. But actually, no, Rob Huff is the man to watch. He could do this.
He could. The Griezmann car is just chipping away, though. The Griezmann car in second place is chipping away at the lead of Frank Schall. Took just over around a second out in Sector 1. Gave a couple of tenths back in Sector 2, then took another second back in Sector 3, so they're trading back and forth.
And we've got a really good battle going on for fourth place. Alexander Kolb, the white Porsche, looking very standard, Recaro on the back, but he's just been caught and passed, moving very quickly. Dr. Eddie Althoff, the much more bewinged blue, green and white entry number 514, a Carrera RSR, just looks exquisite in one of those sort of works Porsche liveries in their sort of hippie livery days.
Yeah, that was that car. When they first had it, it was the German racing team, which was sponsored by Martini at that time, and it was originally purple. It practiced at Le Mans in 1970 in purple with white swooping, and it was pretty out there anyway, and they thought, no, it's just not wild enough, so they got the green spray cans out and they filled in the white bits in green. And again, Count Rossi of Martini, he was really not happy with it, so it only had very small Martini badges on the car, on that Porsche 917 Longtail, although it was softened a little bit when the car finished on the podium.
It does help, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What one does these things, but certainly being driven very well indeed. So the far more tame-looking 964 Cup car of Alexander Kolb has been passed for that fourth place. Still lapping very neatly and tidily, but 514 is a car on the charge. Eddie Althoff pressing on. I'm going to see what he managed last time around. Yeah, he's the third driver to go under 10 minutes. That's why it's so impressive. Fourth driver to go under 10 minutes, because we've now got Rob Huff, 9 minute 52 is his best lap. 9 minutes 58 for Eddie Althoff. 9 minute 52 for, well, here we go, another 911 RSR. It's 501, it's the all-white entry, and Michael Funke has been sharing that, and it's definitely going very well now in the hands of Andre Kunkel. So this race, it seemed to settle down, but the track was changing all the time. Now we've had the driver change and things are pressing on. Yes, we're missing the BMW 635 CSI that went so well. In fact, the top BMW is now down in, it's the Brugger car, number 443, ninth position. So, you know, we're going to get a German car winning this race, a German manufactured car. In fact, I tell you what, if I scroll down the entry list, the top car not built in Germany is the Porsche, is the Morgan, now in 23rd position. I remember that started very, very well indeed, and as the track got drier, went better and better, but that has taken a bit of a tumble in terms of its position in this race.
What a wonderful event this is, the Youngtimer Classic from the fire-breathing Carrera RSRs at the front of the field, right down to Hillman Imps, Renault 12s, Porsche 924s, you name it, we've got it all in this around 200 car entry list. It's the perfect prelude to the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring, which goes green at 4 p.m. local time, just coming up for 25 to 12 local time, and this is the way to spend a Saturday morning, whether watching or taking part.
And we started on a wet track. It began to dry, then a little flurry of rain round the far side. It certainly looked more spectacular, but right now I'm quite happy for these drivers to bring their cars home on a dry circuit. Some of the drivers have got a little bit of action damage on their cars. The 204 Renault 5 GT definitely looking a little bit taped up, but the real question is, the story of this race to me is what can we see from Rob Huff through to the end of the race. He was what was it, 58 seconds down on the late race lead last time around. He's putting in some quick laps. Kunkel is really getting going in the 501 Porsche further back. They're the drivers that are really setting a superb pace. More drivers this time around will go under 10 minutes. One driver who won't do that is the driver at the wheel of the Lancia Zagato. That was brought up the tail of the grid, and I would suggest is possibly still down there. More like a gentle weekend drive for him.
At the front of the field, it's gone very much back in the favour of Frank Schall through Sector 5, which is coming from Schwedenkreuz, the very, very fast left-hander, coming through down to the Foxhole and then up all the way around to Exmüller-Adenauer. The chasing Greisman car in second has lost 11 seconds through there to the leading car of Frank Schall. So that's obviously an area where it's not quite as maybe power dependent. It's a little bit more scratchy through there, and Frank Schall pulling out a lot of time through there as there's a spin for the again turn 1, the 464 Porsche Turbo Cup.
I'm sitting here feeling slightly chastened. I've been describing it as a Lancia Zagato. It's a Lancia Flavia Sport. Car 660, 159th position.
Maybe with Zagato body.
It could be. I've got to double check because when you've got such a long entry list, and I realised I printed out 25 of the 27 pages. I've been looking for the entries with the highest numbers, unless I've dropped them somewhere in my bag. But yeah, the Lancia. It's a Lancia fly. Oh, this is a Zagato. I'm right. It's a 1.8Z. So that means
Z for
Zagato. So I feel slightly less chastened. But the fact is, it's still going. That's fine.
It is. Well, a Porsche 641 911 ST going very slow on the Grand Prix track. The driver looking around at the gauges. The good thing is, if you have an issue, have it on the Grand Prix track, because you can get back to the sanctuary of the pits and get some repairs. Also, though, not quite far from the pits, Alfa Romeo car 771.
Yeah, with the Auto Delta swoop on the body, the Serpent on the bonnet, the checkered flag on the roof, and the stripes from nose to tail, that yellow beauty. But it looks better running at full speed. That, alas, is limping its way home.
Still got its, like many of the cars in this race, still got its road number plate on. Of course, days gone by, it was very normal to drive your race car to the track, do your race and drive home again. Not so much now. Now you need the transporter and the trailer and all kinds of other paraphernalia.
Yeah, well, in the blaze of yellow, the yellow Alfa was passed by the yellow Porsche. Rob Huff, number 485, pushing on, and Rob's immediate pace was fantastic, but around this lap, he's actually losing out. Certainly to Ralph Schall, who's leading. And Ralph still hasn't actually lapped under 10 minutes. 10 minutes 1 second was his pace last time around, but still he's extending his lead. The Morgan's in the pits for a second time. This is one that was at the sharp end of the field. Morgan +8, car number 215. Christian Bock on board, but that's in for the, let me have a look, second time. Is it going to be a driver change or just a driver conversation? Nope, it looks though Bock is going to stay on board, but it's had its moment. Michael Funke drove that beautifully in the early stages of the race, but right now clearly having some slight problems.
It was really spectacular to begin with, that big Morgan with, little Morgan with big engine. That was it had big speed down the straightaways. Did the Morgan? Although you're right, Bruce. Although Ralph Schall hasn't had the absolute, headline grabbing lap time, it's been the consistency. It's just been able to just keep knocking out those quick laps and keep pulling away from his competitors.
Well, it's worked. He's now 59.8 seconds. Should we call it a minute? A minute clearing the lead of the race. Just waiting for the third place 911 RSR to come across the line. Rob Huff at the wheel of that. He will have closed the gap to the Griezmann brothers 911 RSR. It's down to 23.4 seconds. He's taken about 20. Oh, he's taken 34 seconds out of the car he was chasing on that lap alone. And that puts him 83 seconds down on the race leader with half an hour left. I don't think Rob can manage it. Oh, and the Griezmann car is in the pit, so he has moved up into second place. That being the case.
The Griezmann car needing fuel as they take the front hood off it and fill up the fuel tank of that Carrera RSR. But the car that's really on the move, the sub 10-minute lap there of the 514 Porsche Carrera RSR, that's the hippie-coloured Martini machine, and then a 952 last time by for the Kunkel and Funke Porsche 911 RSR. That's the all-white 501 car that just had a blazing 7th sector from basically from the halfway up the Kesselchen to Galgenkopf.
Yeah, that's very, very impressive. And it's Kunkel on board, isn't it, at the moment? Yeah, he's the driver who's really making that work very, very well indeed.
He's just moved past the 487 former race leader, the Strala car, for 7th place overall. So really hauling the mail. In fact, I said it was the hippie colour. No, it's the more traditional Martini stripes, the Martini International Club stripes on that 514 machine.
Yeah, sort of white nose, white tail, dark blue in the middle with the stripes up the nose. But about to start another lap. Let's see what time that manages. Eddie Althoff had been going very well the previous time around.
Interestingly, 10:14 that time by for the 514. Interesting. So that it was the previous lap. Is the track now getting slightly slower again? I don't know. It's almost like it's not a linear progression of speed. It's not as if everyone's blowing the timing screen up.
Well, you're saying that. I'm just looking to see if there's a notable slow zone out around the circuit, because even the drivers that were really picking up the pace and getting in below 10 minutes are certainly not there. Rob Huff, for example, last time around, 10 minutes, 10 seconds. I'm now trying to look at split times. Slick times? I was trying to say split times on slicks. I combined the two, and that's where I got to. But yeah, the pace is dropping away. I think it's actually down to a slow zone.
I tell a lie again. It's that the 501 is the Martini stripe car. The 514 is the Heppy car. Excuse me, folks, my mistake. The Althoff driven car up in 4th place right now. But for that number 557 Mercedes of Ralph Schall, it's all looking good right now. A lead of a minute with 27 minutes remaining on the clock. Yeah, the 514 hippie coloured car coming through in 4th place at the moment, just heading on to the Nordschleife, onto the Hatzenbach. Gorgeous Carrera RSR with the more 934 bodywork on it. That was quite common. You had a Carrera RSR base, but you could keep buying new bits. You could buy the body kits for it, and that's very much the body kit that was developed with the 934. We were meant to have the 934.5 here, which is a seriously rare car. It was basically a 934 with an upgrade kit on it, but sadly it's not taking the start.
We're about to have a place change, because 514 Eddie Althoff right on the tail of the Griezmann car. In fact, because of course the Griezmann car was delayed with that second pit stop, so he's going to move into 3rd place, I would suggest. Rob Huff has moved up into 2nd place as he stays out on the circuit, but Ralph Schall, that Mercedes 190E, the XDTM car, is spoiling the Porsche party. Porsches, for your estimation, are in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th positions.
So BMW, they have the heritage here at the Nordschleife, and more class wins at the Nürburgring 24-hour than any other manufacturer, and more overall wins than any other manufacturer. Are they going to take this young timer race here at the moment? BMW, we had a BMW on pole, but not so as we head towards the end of the race. It's the Mercedes leading the way. Mercedes haven't won this race, haven't won the big race for 8 years. So could this be a sign? Win the young timer?
Well, it could be. If you were looking for long faces in the paddock for the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring, it tended to belong to the Mercedes drivers, feeling that life of the AMG crews were not as good. If you went down to the Get Speed camp in particular, they were not looking very happy. The Hout Racing team, not full of smiles. They came slightly better, didn't they, in qualifying? They got a couple in the top 10 in the fabulous top qualifying shootout. But we will see. But they were certainly, we felt, one of the manufacturers would rather favour some other weather blowing through.
I think they might get their wish.
They might. So 25 minutes left. Still the bright yellow Alpha limps home, but very nearly back at the pits. That car number 771, definitely one of my favourite cars in this race. Just getting out of the Tiergarten complex.
And the checkered pattern on the roof. They could, while they're waiting on it getting filled up or fixed, they could have a game of chess on the roof. It's a multi-purpose vehicle.
But again, it was a format of livery that you could have in any combination. But the checkerboard roof, certainly a very popular thing.
The big Mercedes carries on. The Thielert and Blast Mercedes 300 SE in 155th place at the moment, but still going strong, showing that Mercedes reliability is still there. And for those following the Scottish 911, the Hillman Imp has just set its best lap time of the race, a 13 minutes and 38 second lap, and currently leads its class.
There we are. We saw that pulled off earlier.
They got it fixed.
They obviously got it fixed. Maybe gravity was its friend, and it rolled on down the hill, fired up again, and got going. But well, that would be very good news indeed.
I'm so impartial.
No. Let's be what you want.
See the Scottish car leading in its class, but at the front of the field, Ralph Schall, what a job he's done in this Mercedes 190. Not had the straight line speed at all, but fantastic performance in the many twists and turns of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And the car just looks The car looks on rails, actually, Bruce.
It really does. He's driving very well, going through a quartet of much slower cars, being neat and tidy. And this is the 2.5 version with the Evo rear wing. Suddenly the aero got much more serious than the other ones we've seen in the race, and it was a time of great development. This is a time when the DTM would have had 30 car fields. So there'd been Gerd Ruch going around at the back in his Mustang, the two Berlin funeral directors having fun, and great crowd favourites. But up front you had all the manufacturers up there pushing and evolving their cars all the time. Happy days. And I tell you what, the catering was pretty fantastic. What you used to do was, if you went to the DTM round, when Alfa Romeo were there, that was your morning coffee sorted. Then you'd go to, what do we fancy today? You'd then go to Mercedes for lunch, but fantastic puddings at Opel and so forth. You'd work around, and there were very few small people left in the paddock after a handful of years of that. But that was when manufacturers had huge clout. But we know it's a cyclical game in motor racing. The manufacturers will be here for a while, they'll move on. World Endurance Championship looking sensational, being sensational at the moment. But a couple of years ago we had Toyota hanging on, looking after the championship, waiting for others to come. So it is a time, we know, of flux, but we take it while we can. Fabulous days for prototype and GT racing around the world. You can race pretty much anywhere, any continent in a GT3 car, so some drivers are getting a lot of air miles at the moment. But right now, just looking back at this race, the 24 Classic, it's just a reminder of the cars that have always taken part in the 24 hours here. The fleet and the slow, the large and the small, and it's just great to have this history revisited.
And all competing for their own class, all competing for their own achievements, not just the race at the front of the field. And of course DTM raced here as well. They had many races here on the Nordschleife too.
Yeah, there's a famous promotional shot when ski racing great Franz Klammer was here, as one of the regular racers. They couldn't race because there was snow on the circuit. I remember a promo shot, him standing on a pair of skis on the start-finish straight, stupid man, it was flat and needs the downhill, but no, big days. But of course the Eiffel brings weather with it of any type at any time possible. Right now it looks like Ralf Schall, is that Ralf Schall diving into the pit? So he's coming for a late splash and dash. 21 minutes remaining, therefore he's got enough time for 2 more laps and the checker. So by the time he's had this pit stop, it'll be just enough time to catch the checker without doing the thing that drivers don't like at the end of a long race at the Nürburgring, according to their fuel load, is do a further lap. So he'll come in. He is in. He's right at pit in end of the pit lane.
Ralf Schall,
he's getting a penalty of some sort.
Penalty?
Yeah, he stopped right at pit in just before the podium area. Certainly no pit crew helping him, and they're standing behind him waiting to give him a push start if he can't get away under his own power. So he is serving a penalty for something. Bear in mind he was 59.8 seconds clear, so let's call it a minute clear. How long's the penalty? Well, that was about 30 seconds, I would suggest, at a standstill, and off he goes. So that gives an extra boost to Rob Huff, who's chasing in second place. No, listed as third place, but the Griezmann car served a pit stop there. No, Rob Huff should come through in second place. Be interesting to see what the gap will be. Still that 190 Mercedes, the 2.5 model, goes down only now, gets over the checkered line at the exit of the pit lane and accelerates down the pit out, looking for a yellow Porsche in the background. There's a yellow car coming down the pit straight. Rob Huff is about 10-12 seconds down. Oh, the hunter and the hunted. Rob Huff is hunting. He's coming in fast. His lap that time around 10 minutes 17, but he did the fastest final sector of the race. Thus, what have we got? 20 minutes left on the clock, almost line of sight. And does Rob Huff know about the penalty to Ralf Schall, the race leader? The Mercedes still in front after that pit visit. The time at a standstill at pit in, we reckon about 30 seconds. He's back on track, but Rob Huff is making his move.
So a penalty there then for the Ralf Schall. I suspect it's just having a quick look through the rules. I suspect it's some sort of minimum pit time or all-pro driver penalty, effectively, to create an equivalence from what I can just see looking through the regulations there. But whatever happens, we've got 19 minutes and we've got a motor race on. Yeah, we certainly had. I mean, I thought that actually Rob Huff probably had half a chance. Then they had the sort of slower lap, or was it 2, when there seemed to be quite a lot of traffic or a slow zone somewhere, but the bright yellow Rob Huff driven car is closing in. Marcus Menden, he's showing that it started well placed on the grid in 4th place
on the grid, but the driver from Essen, Marcus Meden, will have to watch from the sidelines. And that pit visit, the penalty, the stop and go, has certainly hit Ralph Charles.
Rob Huff is on it. He's just set the best sector of the race in Sector 1 with a 44.8 second, then best sector of anyone in Sector 2. So Rob Huff is hauling the mail here on the Grand Prix circuit in that beautiful Porsche 964 RSR. An absolute dream for Porsche files, that car. It's a seriously rare car, actually, in speed yellow. No sponsors at all on it. Pure ambitious privateer yellow, you could call it.
Yeah, manifold of those. Just looking at the time through the first sector, he took 50 seconds, 50 seconds out of Ralph Charles. That was obviously including the time as Ralph was driving down the pit lane. He wouldn't have tripped. Gosh, that just show you, it's a long pit lane here. That doesn't include the time he was at a standstill in the pits, though. That would have only been triggered when he went literally a few metres away from where he was stationary. But it sort of matters not. There's a 911 issuing a bit of fluid on the circuit. Let's hope that catches nobody out. But the ones we need to look for is the Mercedes, the 190E of Ralph Charles, with the 2 visits the pits, but the second one was for a stop and go penalty. Rob Huff closing in. So just remember the shape. Mercedes in front, that's car 557, and the number of the Porsche behind. Bright yellow 485. It's a 911 RSR, and he's got a huge margin. It's a margin to third place is 1 minute and 14 seconds. So I think we can identify who's going to be first and second. However, second to third is only 0.9 of a second between them. The Griezmann brothers, their 911 RSR, not so far behind. But we did see Eddie Althoff catch them and pass them. And I would suggest, actually, as we go through the lap, in each of the timing intervals, he's pulling away. But first, second and third, in a race that was close early on, has now really, really stretched out. Except for the battle between first and second. That is, sorry, but I gave that as a given, really. That one's been delayed by a stop and go.
It's very tight on the timing sectors, back and forth all the time between Ralph Charles and Rob Huff. And I mean, this is something that only classic racing can give you now. We've got a Mercedes 190 XDTM car versus a Porsche 964 RSR. Two cars that aren't, age-wise, aren't a million miles apart, but raced completely different championships at the time.
Yeah, it's funny, made for different purposes, but united on this fabulous, fabulous circuit. The Nürburgring Nordschleife is just the gift that keeps giving. Sometimes it's not a present you want because it's rain or snow or ice or sleet, but sometimes it's sunshine. Dry circuit, just a fantastic race. And for a lot of these historic races taking place in the 24H Classic, this is the highlight of their season. And the weather gods looked as though they were playing a trick, but they've been kind for the majority of this race. The track getting drier and drier. But the gap, I think we need to find the race leader on the circuit. Ralph Charles is black Mercedes 190E with the sort of acid yellow flashes on it of its original race livery, and the bright yellow non-livery, if you will, of the 911 RSR. That's car 485. That's the chaser. That's Rob Huff waiting for the 5th of the 9 timing sectors to be completed. That's a long timing sector, normally around 2.5 minutes for some of the drivers in this, but it's funny, you've got some timing sectors that last 10, 12 seconds, and others that last forever and a day.
They all just have different, they show different aspects of performance, though. I always think Sector 4, although it's only 10 seconds long, it gives a good idea of top end speed. Obviously the Dossinger hole is a great way to look at who's got top end speed. Then there's the more technical part, Sector 5, going from Schwedenkreuz all the way through Arenberg, Vauxhall, and then into the more twisty part through Metzgesfeld, Kalmhard, Versailles, etc., and then to Exmühle. They've just gone through there, and Ralph Charles has taken 1.5 seconds out of Rob Huff in that section I've just described, so it's back and forth all the time. Rob Huff was taking a bit of time out in the early part of the lap. That RSR is very, very good. Rob Huff is very, very good on the Grand Prix track, funny enough.
No, it really is, and I can't say the chase is over. We've got 14 minutes remaining, but certainly Ralph Charles is maybe stung into even more impressive action in his race-leading Mercedes. That stopping in the pit lane cost him about 50 seconds. It's actually possibly a fair bit more, but Rob Huff, I thought it was a mathematical possibility. Then he did a slightly slower lap. This lap, he's fastest of all in first sector, fastest in second sector, but that long sector 5. He did lose, yes, as you say, 1.5 seconds. All he gained, he lost pretty much, but certainly the fact that he's able on the longer stretches, so maybe the run towards Flugplatz, to get line of sight of the car that's leading, the Mercedes. But as long as his pit crew have told him, he may know nothing, but he may get his next message when he comes along the pit wall next time around.
Carl Friedrich Kolb has brought in the class-leading 474 Porsche 964 Cup, and the engine barks into life. The flat six barks into life as the crew have given that rear engine machine a little bit of attention, pouring some fluid in. Car's ticking over and engine running, but they'll just want to try and get it to the finish now because they're in a good position, leading their class. Driver door shut, giving it a little bit of throttle. Hopefully they can get that car back going again.
Very frustrating to have got to this late point in the race. The 641 911 is in the background as well, also sitting in the pit lane. Such a shame they couldn't complete the 3 hours. May yet go back out, the white and blue. Just waiting for the door to be shut on that. And thumbs up for Kolb, and off he goes again. But
nothing like that iconic flat six sound of a Porsche air-cooled engine. And back going again, Carl Friedrich Kolb, the whole Kolb family out en masse as always here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, both in this young-timer ADAC Classic, but also the ADAC RAVENOL 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Vincent Kolb taking part in the 24 line-speed Porsche later on. So it's, yeah, always a family affair for the Kolbs. They're big racing fans, big Porsche fans too. Great collection of machinery. Just waiting for the sector time now through the long sector 7. Our leaders are making their way through Kesselchen all the way through Caracciola, Carousel, Wipperman, Esbach, Brunchen, Flansgarten, etc. I'm waiting with bated breath to see, is Rob Huff able to close down Ralf Schall, or is Schall able to open up that gap back up again with just 11 minutes left on the clock? A 3-hour race coming to an exciting crescendo.
Yeah, no, it really is. I actually fancied that Mercedes driver Ralf Schall is settling down back in the lead again. Rob Huff, as we pointed out, got to within about 10 seconds of him, then seemed to be taking chunks out of him. But along the Dottinger they go. A slipstream has been used off the back of a VW Golf by the 190E, the Mercedes, and have to look about 10 seconds back maybe to a bright yellow Porsche. Rob Huff on board. He's going to have to go past the gaggle of cars. They're quick enough to blast past them, but if they catch them at a slow point on the circuit, then it's going to be just that little bit harder, a little bit more delay. Have they seen me? Have they not seen me? But Rob Huff has dispensed with the Renault 5 GT Turbo. No problem for him. And the good news at this late stage in the race, no need for the windscreen wipers. Certainly when the race started on a greasy track, then a flurry of rain, it meant for quite a long time drivers still had to go for the confidence boost or the concern when they went for the wipers. But right now it's fully dry. I don't know how fast this lap is going to be from the race leader Ralf Schall in his Mercedes. Don't know how quick it is going to be from Rob Huff. Matters not the actual pace, it's the relevant pace. And in sector 7, Rob lost 4.5 seconds, so it's actually going out in the favour of the race leader.
It's going to be remarkably tight whether we go for an extra lap or not.
Exactly. Remarkably
tight. Right on the line. This could be just 1 lap left. It could be just 2 laps left. So where are these drivers on fuel? Have they got enough fuel on board? Well, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I was trying to do the numbers. I thought it was going to be incredibly close, and I wondered what the outlap would be. 10 minutes 27. When he crossed the line, we had about 10 minutes 30 to go. He'd be faster than that because that was including leaving the pit lane.
Yeah, 9:42.
Faster than that. 9:42. Rob Huff, new fastest lap of the race, but unfortunately for him, he's 11.5 seconds in the rear. 11.499 seconds. Not insurmountable, but the fact of the matter is it'll take quite a moment for Ralf Schall to have to abate his pace. He's got clear track in front of him for a short moment, but with still about 150 cars circulating in the 24H Classic. He will encounter them, but then so will Rod Huff. Rob picks off another couple of Porsches of different shapes. An Opel Astra we dispense with. Then he's got a Mark 1 Escort up ahead. He's got a more Spa 24-hour looking BMW 3 Series with the FINA race livery. That will be one of the other cars up the track ahead of him.
That's quite an impressive lap time, isn't it? 9 minutes 42. That would give you a fairly healthy grid position in the 24-hour race later on.
It certainly would. Who else has also gone fast? Their pace has dropped away, but the Kunkel Funke car with Kunkel on board, car number 501, 6th place overall. In fact, it's had a better lap that time. It's picked off the Griezmann car and it's moved up to 4th overall. So that's a car on the move. And they followed, oh my word, they did a 9-minute 45 and 9 minutes 32 now. Track coming good, driver coming good, doesn't want the race to end, up to 4th place. Next target is only 9.6 seconds up the track, so Eddie Althoff in 3rd place, and number 514 Porsche RSR is being chased, is being caught. So we could have a change between 1st and 2nd, but I think the big change is going to be between 3rd and 4th.
So you'd get into start group 2 with a 9-minute 42. You'd be up there with the BMW M4 GT4s, the Cayman GT4s. So yes, you're talking modern GT4 car pace in a early 90s Porsche 964.
Yeah, and also your modern GT4 pace is where GT3 pace was not so long ago. That is the progress in the world of GT racing. Right, race leader, Ralf Schall. Black and bright yellow Mercedes 190E, the 2.5 Evolution model. First sector of the lap, he loses nearly a second. Second sector of the lap, he loses 1.5 seconds. But it's when you get onto the Nordschleife that the Mercedes really seems to find its flow. Any long shot, it goes towards Flugplatz, waiting for the yellow Porsche in the background, now in shot, coming out of the sequence just after the Hatzenbach corners, but with, probably half a dozen cars between him and the race leader. Is this the final lap? What's left on the clock? 7 minutes 25. It's going to be down to, he's possibly going to have to consume his 12-second advantage by backing off. And we've seen races before here where people have backed off and actually been first into the final corner and ended up 3rd. And that was just a few weeks back in an NLS round. So the maths will have to be carefully considered.
Penalty for the 464 car. Now let's just have a quick look to see where that sits on the.
Not one of our front runners.
No, it's not. But it's just been given a 90-second penalty for non-respect to speed limit in the pit lane.
Yes.
Car 1, so yeah, so there's quite a few getting penalties, minute and a half, so you don't want to be doing that. That could be race over if you've been a little bit too quick through the pit lane. Very important for safety, etc.
I mean, even in, it doesn't really matter what class of race, you can't stop yourself just going, oh, really? Why did you do that? All the work you do to shave off a 1/10 of a second here or there, and you go a second too fast, so you get a second at a standstill, and off you go. But the in and out from the pits, it really cost you.
Rob Huff is chipping away at this on this lap. He crossed the line last time by 11.499 seconds. He's a bit quicker on the Grand Prix circuit. We've seen him do that. And getting out onto the Nordschleife, he's chipping away just a couple of tenths per sector, That's probably not going to be enough. He's going to have to take out seconds per sector to try and run this gap down. But by our reckoning, we're good. We could go an extra lap than we thought, as there's a BMW 3 Series going very slow coming down through Flansgart and keeping to the right-hand side of the road, trying to limp the car back. It's a decent way from home from there. All tyres appear to be inflated. I think more just a mechanical problem.
Yeah, but he's staying as hard to the right of the circuit as he can. I tell you who's absolutely flying is Andre Kunkel, 4th place at the start of the lap, the 501. Porsche. At this rate, he'll have moved up to 3rd ahead of Eddie Althoff, who's in another RSR, because he is absolutely flying. Fastest of all, Sector 1. Sorry, not Sector 1. Sector 2, 3 and 4. Taking time off everybody ahead of him. But is it going to be too little too late? But the real question is, can the Mercedes of Ralf Schall hang on in the lead of the race? Or will Marcus Menden on the sideline is in the pit lane been cheering his car, the 485 Porsche 911 RSR, with Rob Huff aboard to the victor's flag? But when will the victor's flag fall? Somewhat just after 3 hours, but the question is our race leader going to get across the line to start another lap, which he doesn't want to do. He doesn't want another lap with Rob Huff chasing after him. He's going to have to be right on the money.
Judging by our timing screen, our race leader Ralf Schall is due in around 3 minutes and 47 seconds, and we have 4 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock, so that means we will just effectively go into overtime. And of course the lap is so long here that's definitely that's a long way to go extra. So hopefully he's got enough fuel on board, as Ralf Schall. We've seen him in and out the pits more than other cars, whereas the Porsches appear to have bottomless fuel tanks. It just seemed to go on forever. I thought that 964 Strala car that was leading for most of the race, I thought it was never coming in, but eventually it did.
Yeah, they did have to come in, but the fact of the matter is that the car in third place, the Eddie Althoff car, number 514 Porsche, that's had 2 pit stops. Rob Huff's car in second place has only had 1, but 2 for the race-leading Mercedes, but that's not because it needed a splash and dash. It actually had a time penalty to be served in the pits, a stop and go. Also 2 pit stops, the car down in 6th place overall, which is the Griezmann Porsche, the RSR number 502. That was a car that was very much a front runner, but then it came in for that second top-up of fuel. Didn't seem to put any fresh rubber on it at the second pit stop, but that has moved it down the order. And even Giacomo, making great progress, has moved ahead of it into 5th place. The Redback Racing Carrera 964 is also going very well indeed at the moment.
Ralph Schall, then a race leader, coming up towards Ice Curve for the penultimate time. Still pushing on hard, using all of the curb coming on the right hand side there out of Ice Curve and heading down towards Flansgarten, where that iconic shot of 25 DTM cars all going one after the other over that little jump there. When you think of the Nordschleife, that's one of the images that immediately comes to your mind. Rob Huff launches the Porsche off the little hump there and then through onto the Belle of Esses, absolutely hauling the mail.
I remember doing, with my back to the circuit there, at the exit of the Yump, I did a piece to camera, and one of the cars that landed and just snapped sideways, and the noise differential had me diving like those photographers on the hill at Monaco when Perez went off for cover. I felt quite stupid because, of course, I was behind a lovely thick fence, but it was just one of those moments, a different sort of bark of the rubber as it went down. But that section is one of my favourite bits of tarmac in the world, that Eisbach, Brunch and Flansgarten area, just phenomenal.
It's the cornering loads as well through Esbach and Brunchen. You've come through the helter-skelter of Wipperman, Esbach, Brunchen, and the cars. You're just no rest, and then all of a sudden we're going to slam you off the jump as well. It's so physical for the car, for the driver. So on to the Dottinger Ho then, and by eye, Bruce, I think the gap is just coming down just by, as we can see it on our pictures here in the Global Broadcast Centre. On the Dottinger Ho, Rob Hoff going to try and use the superior straight line speed of that Porsche.
He's looking for anything he can tow off, and unfortunately there's a bit of a gap. The next closest car is a Porsche 924. That won't help him at all. But I also I'd be really intrigued to see what is our race leader Ralph Schall backing off. Can he afford to back off and still cross the line at the end of 3 hours? But he's going through Tiergarten now into the final little flip at the end of the lap. Rob Huff not close enough to pass him if the flag comes out this time, but maybe, just maybe, next time around he can do it. So onto the start-finish straight, look out the window. Is there a checkered flag being proffered? No, there isn't on the clock. He has just a minute on the nose left. So one further lap to go. Rob Huff, I think, will be a similar margin behind. He was, 11.5 seconds down last time around, 8.5 seconds. He's taken 3 seconds out of the race leader, almost down to the thousandths of a second. So by that level of mass, he can't do it on this lap alone. But Rob Huff won't understand that script. He'll be pressing on. But Ralph Schall, we've seen how hard he was driving, really, really pressing on. In fact, their times that time around, 9 minutes 41 for the race leader for his lap, 9 minutes 38 from the guy giving chase, from Rob Huff. Remember the numbers, 557, Mercedes leading from the 485, Ralph Schall from Rob Huff. So it's Mercedes from Porsche, then Mercedes filling all the positions now down to 8th position. Then the best of the BMWs is Vedel and Vedel with their BMW 325 in 9th.
Still, although it hasn't popped up on the timing screen yet, it looks like by the splits that the 501 RSR has gone ahead of the 514 RSR. So Funke and Kunkel passed the Althoff hippie-coloured machine. So that's for the last spot on the podium. I really think this is going to go right down to the wire. This is going to be a dogfight on the Nordschleife between Ralph Schall, who's driven immensely well in that Mercedes, and Rob Huff, who has not had the lion's share of the driving. He got in well into the final hour, and he's used every last metre to try and run that gap down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing we're debating. If you've got someone like Rob Huff or a quicker co-driver, do you give them half the race, or do you do the lion's share because you love it? do you love your driving time more than winning the race?
That's it.
And actually, this of all circuits is the one that's absolutely key to that. Of course, Marcus Menden wanted to stay in as long as he could. If he'd come in a lap earlier, that may have just been the difference between outright victory and not.
And they were well within the regulations in terms of if you have what's known as a pro driver, you're only allowed to have them in for 50% of the race anyway. So yeah, there's definitely a factor there. Now, switch between the Martini cars, the Martini International Club coloured car, the 501, through in third place, and is taking the checkered flag in third place because the checkered flag is out, so they will do no better than third. The hippie coloured car will come home in fourth, but our two leaders, they're out on their own. They've got to go round another lap, so everyone else is seeing the checkered flag, and off they go.
And still some close battles through the field. Still some of the cars that struggled in the greasy conditions early on in that big sit-up and beg 190 Mercedes crosses the finish line. But the first two, Ralf Schall in the Mercedes, Rob Huff giving chase in the 911 RSR Porsche. This is their final lap. There was 8.5 seconds between them. The Griezmann Porsche is actually, I think, out of fuel. It's weaving from side to side along the Döttinger Höhe. Let's see who is close. It's been passed by even Newcomer. It's down in 6th place at the moment, but this is a car, that number 502 entry, that was right at the sharp end of the field. It then had a sort of splash and dash. Not all the Porsches have needed a second pit stop. It's had one, and even now, has he got enough petrol? He'll be very glad that the checkered flag's greeting him when he comes around through the final sequence of corners. It goes.
So splits then between Schall and Huff. Schall, your leader, losing a little bit through the first 3 sectors, but then gaining a tiny bit back in the 4th sector. So it's just coming back forth, back forth. Rob Huff is going to have to really push it. Is it going to be too little, too late?
I feel that will be the case. He took 3 seconds out of the race leader last time around. He's got 8.5 seconds to find, and it's not just catching the Mercedes, it's also getting past. The Mercedes has been very good in a straight line, but you know, it's not over till it's over. You could have someone slowing in front of you. You just simply don't know. It's going to be how they catch the traffic, but certainly from the very outset of the race, Ralf Schall has looked incredibly positive, and that 190 looks so well balanced that it's not a big mystery about how he puts it, where he puts it.
2 Porsche 964s coming over to take the checkered flag. Then the Kolb Porsche 964 Cup coming through just ahead of the 487, the former race leader, the Strala Autosport liveried machine. They battled it right to the flag there, so they finish in 7th and 8th position. Strange, because this is again one of the unique things. You have to adjust your brain. You think, oh, the race is over. No, it's not. The 2 leaders they're out on the Nordschleife. They were the only 2 cars to effectively not see the checkered flag there. The 3rd place car was the first to see the checkered flag, but of course has completed 1 lap less. It's a Martini International Club coloured car already making it through to the holding area. So again, you have to readjust your brain here.
Yeah, but also just going back, some of those pit stops seemed inordinately long and others rather less, but then some of the cars pitted twice and took on less fuel each time. And just thinking of the Strala car, you mentioned it, 487, that started really well. Jürgen Rudolph kicked off from 3rd on the grid. Heiko Hammel took it over, but they ended up down in 7th place. But maybe the better tactic was to have the 2 pit stops rather than 1. And also don't forget, most of the cars started on treaded rubber and all changed to slicks for the latter part of the race. But again, you have to just guess your tactics. But while the majority of the field now going through the first corner and peeling into their paddock, which is on effectively the circuit of the Mercedes arena, our race leading duo are giving battle, and it is nip and tuck. Oh, and as advantage, I was going to say, in sector number 5, what the second longest sector normally goes to the race leading Mercedes. This time around, Rob Huff has reversed that and taken another 2 seconds out of him. Just remember the gap, 8.469 seconds between first and second, between the Mercedes and the Porsche, as they went on to the final lap, just 1 minute ahead of the checkered flag being flown at the end of 3 hours. They're still racing. Their rivals are pulling off the circuit.
Yeah, the 3rd place Martini International Club car already parked up, driver getting out, and after a job done can't do any better than 3rd place, but the battle over 1st and 2nd is on. Ralf Schall making his way up the hill towards the Caracciola Carousel for the final time. Can he hold off the charge of Rob Huff in the 964 RSR? It's been a fascinating battle. 2 drivers driving to the absolute limit of these cars. 2 completely different cars, but really closely matched on the timesheets.
Yeah, you you asked the question, I found my head nodding quite vigorously. There is enough surely in hand for Ralph Schall, unless, of course, did they get the fueling right? But that stop-and-go penalty cost him so much. It'd be a real shame, actually, if he did end up not winning this race, because he's driven solo, pat on the back, 3 hours around the ring. He's driven very hard. The conditions were tricky. He kept it on the black stuff, served the penalty, but then so important to keep a clear head, keep a calm mind, and bring it through to the finish. The Opel Manta with the foxtail has finished after that wonderful little vignette alongside the little moments of a spectator with the car decked to look exactly the same as that long-standing racer. But the corners are now starting to almost get down to single figures for our race leader Ralph Schall to count down towards the end of the lap.
Despite the gloomy weather, the fans still packed in there at Brunchen to see our leader Ralph Schall come through ice curve for the final time. Still got quite a bit of traffic to make his way through. Oh, a little bit of a hold up there with one of the Opels coming through towards Flansgarten. And you know, Rob Huff has told our crew in the past, saying you've got almost a lifetime of close calls going around through traffic at the Nordschleife, and even in the classic race that's the case too, especially if you're trying to close off a race. When Ralph Schall, does he have enough left? He's got a good gap right now.
And this is such a long timing sector. It starts sort of pretty much at Kesselchen, sector 7, and it runs and runs until you actually exit Galgenkopf. You got, to me, the toughest part of the circuit, the most legendary corners, and then you finally get onto a straight, Dottingerhöhe. You go out of the timing sector. Last time around, well, the front-running cars do it in a whisker under 3 minutes. I don't know what the top two will do, but it's such a long timing sector. But right now, TV director picking up on Ralph Schall's race-leading Mercedes. There is a gap. We're waiting as he comes through Galgenkopf onto the Dottingerhöhe, waiting for the bright yellow Porsche in the background. Can't see it. It looks though this middle sector has been very, very good indeed for the race leader. Surely enough in the bag. 2 minutes 54 seconds. Where is Rob Huff in the background? Still in the background, still not close enough. So it's the race in the bag. In fact, where is Rob Huff?
I think Rob Huff might have just backed it off big time, saying he's not going to make it. Better to just bring the car home. But we haven't seen him. He hasn't come through sector 7 yet.
So he hasn't come out of Galgenkopf.
Not yet.
The left-hand kink has been taken as they come up the hill, and the race leader looks as though this is in the bag. Car is 557. It's a 2.5 Mercedes-Benz 190E Evolution racing the DTM. Ralph Schall has driven it beautifully from wet track to rain flurry to dry track. He served a driver penalty, stop and go in the pits. The lights are flashing. Past the checkered flag he goes. He missed it by a minute last time around, and Rob Huff has gone missing. He hasn't completed sector 7. He hasn't made it to the exit of Galgenkopf, and he can't fall any further because the car's in 3rd and 4th positions. Also Porsches, they completed their race a minute behind the front runners, so they completed it with 16 laps on the board. And Rob Huff, despite not finishing, will still be listed in 2nd place overall. But for Ralph Schall, a victory today, hard fought, well earned, and hugely enjoyed by the fans all out around the circuit, disturbing their morning coffee, beer, deleters applicable, but what a place to be. And with the rain abated for now, we had a great race.
And what a taste, what a flavour for what we'll see later on in the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring, going green in 3 hours and 40 minutes time. But as a standalone event, this could be the premier race of a weekend. The sheer depth of entries, the quality of the cars, the quality of the driving. Ralph Schall has driven the wheels off that Mercedes and fully deserved of a win here in this young timer race, and seeing off a huge challenge of, well, an almost unlimited number of Porsches.
Rob Huff is off at the side of the circuit, or more to the point, his Porsche is the bright yellow Porsche. He was giving chase, it was nip and tuck. He was gaining in one sector, losing another. Middle part of the track, he gained 2 seconds in a long 2-minute sector. But then alas, the double waved yellow flags behind his car. They match his car in so many ways, but there he is at her act. He didn't make it to the finish, but still it should be listed in second place. They were the front runners who got through just before the 3 hours were complete. But Rob's out of the car. He's waving to all and sundry, ever the showman as well. He gave it a fair lick. That won't be the last of his historic racing this season, but he's back, a race winner after a 20-year hiatus in the British Touring Car Championship. Just last weekend he was back, mastered the weather conditions at Snetterton, and today he gave chase. It didn't quite work, but there's a driver who loves his racing.
Judging by the tyre marks, I suspect Rob's just pulled the car over. It's some sort of technical failure rather than a driver error or what have you.
Yeah.
But it still seems like he's enjoyed himself. Still will be classified in second position, I believe, and put on a show. And that's a car that for Porsche files is right up the top of many wish lists. 964 RSR, seriously rare, seriously quick, and just the car just having some sort of technical problem causing Rob to pull it over, and that's a seriously valuable car. So if there is maybe an impending technical issue, man of Rob's experience thinking, no, let's just pull this over. We don't want to put a broken car back in the trailer.
No, exactly so. And again, it's the mark of a driver running with mental capacity to spare. A lot of drivers racing around the Nordschleife, particularly those short on experience, they're using the whole gamut of their facility to stay on the black stuff, stay out of the way, drive a quick lap. But for Rob, he drives a quick lap without even having to give more than 20%.
Or he ran out of fuel. Well, but we will find out. Join us on our coverage later on, and we will find out what the story was, because it's great to have so many of you tuned in and writing into us here on hashtag RSL_N24. That's the way to get in touch with us on the booth here throughout race week, throughout the upcoming 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Great to have so many of you tweeting in to us. Robert Jewell says, really good watching the historic race, bringing back memories of his time in the DTM with Zach Speed in a 190. Said the hospitality was really good. Was it Schwabian noodles you would get or meatballs at Mercedes?
I ate everything.
The lot.
And also, it must be said, the DTM back then, there was a lot of partying in the evenings as well. It was an international travelling posse, but with some of the manufacturers. I always remember Norbert Haug from Mercedes being right in the thick of the action as well. He had his band of friends, and there was a leading industrialist who just loved sponsoring young drivers, and that was how he became part of the party. A lot of them would go and do training in the winter together, to slim off their DTM bellies and get ready and fresh for the next season. It was a big time. I would love for those days to return, but it's great to see the cars still having a purpose, because sometimes you realise how much you love a car. You're now raising your hands when you get to see it again after you haven't seen it for a long time, and for historic racing that's always been something for me.
The Hillman Imp won its class. I can go home now.
You can. Well, 3 hours of fabulous entertainment at the start of the day. It's the 24 hours of the Nürburgring starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon, but we had some fantastic running. The 501 Porsche of Kunkel and Funke, driven brilliantly, did incredibly well. Came up to the top of the order, fell back and rose to third place. So Andrei Kunkel, who was flying, and Michael Funke, who started it, well done to them in their Porsche 964. Such a popular model. And a 911 RSR. Marcus Menden started it and Rob Huff finished. He was chasing. Mathematically, it became a possibility that he might catch the 190 Mercedes of Ralf Schall. That had to serve extra time in the pits for the stop-and-go penalty, and it brought the gap right down. But it was enough. And even though the yellow Porsche was chasing and closing all the time, Ralf Schall just had everything under control. On the final lap, the gap was under 10 seconds and coming down when the yellow Porsche pulled off, perhaps out of fuel, but Ralf Schall didn't put a wheel anywhere out of place. The track was greasy, it became dry, there was rain, it dried again, and he completed the job. He drove solo 3 hours. He'll thoroughly recommend it to anyone in the world. He won this race 2 years ago. He's won it again. So hats off, Ralf Schall, victor in the 24 Classic here at the Nürburgring.
So join us for more coverage coming up of warm-up for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, brought to you by Ravenol. Nearly 200 cars in this 24-hour classic, and that podium fight was mighty impressive. with Ralph Schall taking another win in the young timer. Of course, won it 2 years ago in 2022. Brilliant to see with Rob Huff not making it to the checkered, well, not making it to the checkered flag, but still classified in second position. But of course, it was all about class victories too, with class victory for, in fact, so the top three all won their class. So that just shows you the variety that we've got on show. The number 474 Carl Friedrich Kolb car that we saw having an issue very late in the race did still make it home in 11th overall to get that class win in there too.
Well, we started with 189 cars, and I would warrant we had around 150 still circulating at the end. For a lot of drivers, it was gaining experience of the ring. A lot of them, it was building on what they had before, perhaps driving something different. But for the fans and the people watching all around the world and listening all around the world, it was automotive variety. It was history of cars spread across about a 30-year period of production, from the German manufacturers at the front, the Porsches, the Mercedes, the BMWs et al., down to the Hillman Imps at the back, and the Lancia Flavia Sports Zagato bringing up the rear. Little Renault 12s in the mix as well. There was something for everyone. Almost anyone watching would go, I had a go in one of those, my father had one of those, my mother had one of those. That is why historic racing is still so interesting and endlessly beguiling. And again, the considerable mixture of drivers, those who are experienced, those who are fast, those who own the cars, etc. It was a fantastic advertisement and a great way to get the day started here on the Nürburgring. So it was a really, really good way to get the day going, and we have plenty more in store coming up. And of course, with the warm-up ahead of us for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, it's going to be another very, very busy stretch of tarmac. But what a place to be. And I must say, we came in with the clouds hanging over the trees, a wet track. It is beginning to dry out, but we are in Nürburgring, and literally anything can happen. But what a place to be. It's modern motor racing with 3 historic races. That was the longest. We've got 2 more to come at this meeting. It's a busy place, but it was fabulous. And I think we can probably go and have a coffee and digest what we've seen, because there were so many cars to talk about and some really spectacular drives as people settled down. And don't forget, some of the cars started on a wet track on slicks, which was a little bit interesting for them.
That was, yeah, the fantastic car control for these sometimes very powerful and very leery classic machines. So wonderful to see that, and a great prelude to what we might see later on in the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Warm-up will give us an impression there. Ralph Schall, our race winner, down in the holding area. 3 hours at the wheel here, Bruce. That's pretty hefty. No, it certainly is, and he has the decency to look as though he's actually been through the mangle. Of course, he had time to, rest when he came in for his his penalty, his stop and go. But winner's cap on. Of course, the driver in second place won't be joining him on the podium because his car is still being towed in, which is Rob Huff. But it was a standout drive. Some of the crews had driver lineups had 3 drivers. Ralph Schall had a great car, but did it all on his own. So for Mercedes fans out there, they can wear their caps and jackets with pride, because they've taken the first win of the day. Will a Mercedes win the 24 hours of the Nürburgring? That is quite another question. Well, if you win the young timer race, do you go on to win the N24? It's almost like the Masters golf competition. If you win the par 3, no one has ever won the par 3 competition and then gone on to win the big event. Sure, it's different here at the Nürburgring. Well, for Mercedes fans, they'd rather like a win. It's been since 2016 that other manufacturers have toppled the 3-pointed star, but maybe it's an omen, maybe not. Rob Huff's car it's just arrived in the pit lane. It's about to park, hopefully just under the podium, and he will be able to go up and join Ralph Schall, because it was a drive that was worthy, very worthy indeed of applaud. Marcus Medden, I'm sure, will come up to see his teammate, the driver who took it through to the finish. And remember, it was car number 514 that came up into 3rd place overall at the very end. But it was chopping and chase. Sorry, 501 came up. That was the Kunkel and Funke car that was driven so well in the latter stages by Andre Kunkel. But Rob Huff out again, looking cool, calm, but looking for the podium. Doesn't know what he's about to do, but certainly when he's in the car, big smile on his face, he knows what he's up to, and would have enjoyed that very, very much indeed. It's been a pretty successful season so far for Rob Huff, with that win in the British Touring Car Championship, a podium in the ADAC 24-hour Classic Young Timer race in a car that is just the thing of dreams, a 964 Porsche RSR, air-cooled engine, and seriously quick.
So, wearing Fricadelli Racing overalls, up into third place on the podium is car number 501, Michael Funke and Andre Kunkel. No, hold on. They've got up into second place, just trying to identify who's coming up on the podium, but certainly going to the top step is Ralph Schall. So I tell you what's happened. The national anthem is playing. I'll explain after that. So, full identity, top step of the podium, Ralph Schall. The drivers in second step of the podium are Kunkel and Funke. So, Rob Huff, with his car not finishing, doesn't appear to have been put among the finishers. So, 501 crew, they were definitely on the left-hand step of the podium. Andre Kunkel and Michael Funke. And on the right-hand podium, just one person, and the other car that finished with one driver in it is Eddie Althoff, 514 in fourth place. Didn't have time to check the regulations. I thought, having gone beyond, because the other cars only did 16 laps and the top two cars set off on the 17th. The winner completed it. Rob Huff did not, but certainly the identity of the people on the podium is no longer a mystery.
Good detective work there, Bruce. I was trying to figure it out throughout the length of the German national anthem.
Yes, indeed. I was looking for the driver's belt to check it was Dr. Eddie Althoff, but his name is not there, but it's on the legs of one side of his overalls. Double detective works.
And Fricadelli overalls as well. Pretty cool thing to have in the wardrobe.
Well, all the drivers up on the podium, first, second, third, wherever they are, absolutely delighted. That would have been a fun race to do. And again, you know, any opportunity anybody gets to race on this magnificent stretch of tarmac, the best in the world, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It's a joy. You know the weather will come at you from some way or another. It hasn't been a bright sunny day. It was damp. It became greasy. It became wet. It dried out. And certainly for Ralph Schall, loving every second on the top step of the podium. Really, really well earned.
And true tradition here at the Nürburgring, a gold garland for our winner, Ralph Schall. How many great photographs are there from over the decades of drivers who have conquered the ring with the gold garland around? And in at Zuffenhausen, in the Porsche workshop, the racing department, you'd have all the fairly withered looking gold garlands of victories from years gone by. They still have a few of them in their museum collection, and yeah, a great memento from a great day's work for Ralph Schall. Yeah,
the golden laurel wreaths. So, the circuit falls quiet for now, but plenty coming here at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife. So, that has been a really fantastic start to the day. 202 cars were entered, 189 went out to play, and the vast, vast majority came through. On top of that, there was variety, there was great racing, and we got through to the end. The end of the start, if you will, is going to be cars blasting around this circuit until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But it was greasy, it was wet on the circuit. It wasn't raining when the cars set off on their formation lap, off in 3 groups. But as soon as they got racing with spray coming up from the cars, the drivers were very, very well under control, it must be said, in tricky conditions. But the BMW 635 CSI that started from pole position led easily into the first corner, but halfway around the Grand Prix loop alone, he was down into 7th place. And then it transpired his team hadn't given him any treaded tyres. He was out there on slicks. That would have been super, super difficult. But I must say the driving standards were very, very good indeed. That's it from us. Join us again later today. We got the warm-up, but it was a fabulous way to get 2024 at the ADAC 24 hours off to a flying start. That's goodbye from me, Bruce Jones, and from Peter Mackay.